the most notable thing instead of the second Nexus, because this like mostly functions as a Nexus when you need it to. I'm trying out some like medium teachings targets. Consume the Meek as like a teachings target. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I'm excited to mess around and battle. Hey Lorelai. Laura, hi. Good to see you. Happy 4 a.m. local time. Oh my gosh, Jesse. I hope you got enough sleep. Hey Loki. Hey Lucina. Alright, we're battling stream. I don't know if I'm allowed to battle the stream. Hand's a little awkward. I draw a fetch land, I do have access to the push, though. Like, a single fetch land opens this up completely. With the remand to buy time. I don't know if this is good enough. Feels like really marginal. Against a Lura stack that's going to be putting on some amount of pressure. I'd definitely keep this on the play in a heartbeat. Because then the remount would be amazing. I think I'm still going to keep it. But it's a little more nerve-wracking doing that. Like, at least if they're a mid-rangey Lura stack, they'll give me a bunch of time. And if they're an aggressive Lura stack, then hitting that green source makes this Uro just incredible against them. So, I hope you sleep well, Jesse. Hey, Hava. Alright, they have the Bauble. I have the Lurus. They are an aggressive Lurus deck. So, if we find a fetch land, this hand's actually going to be pretty good, I think. Early removal spell and an Uro. We have a couple turns to try and find it. I guess they're on a prowess build instead of burn. Soulscar. Reclamation, yeah, I love this deck. Hoping it treats me well. I'm gonna remove some stops. I really don't need them all with this deck. And you do need time. Alright, Abbott's pretty reasonable. Didn't hit a bauble, thankfully. Oh, I guess I should have played this on turn 1. Don't know how relevant it's gonna be. Hopefully remand something expensive. Yeah, love to remand an Abbot. Need a fetch land. What a world. Alright, that's actually pretty good. That gives me all my colors of mana. And now I can Fatal Push the Abbot to buy me some time. Nexus, fetch land, what's the difference? There's a little difference, Kate. Tiny, tiny little difference. Here comes the Abbot again. That we remanded. Oh, a Manamorpho, sure. Oh, they're just casting the Lurus. Okay. So I get to kill the Abbot, which just means they're gonna have 3 cards in the yard, which means I then get to kill the Lurus. With this Drown in the Lock. So hopefully I hit a land so I can have remand up next turn. For the Abbot we know they have in their hand. If I hit a land, I'm honestly like kind of in an okay spot. I get untap, kill the Lurrus, rebound the Abbot, which buys me a bunch of time. And then this is gonna help me stabilize a bit. But I do need to hit the land. I'm on deck. This is a sad game. I feel like we'd be putting up a decent fight if I had a land in my top 6 cards. I do just have to kill this Lurrus. That is not really an option. Alright. I have 6 cards in hand. We're on like a virtual 7 here. Okay, now we're on a virtual 4. And dead. I guess even if we had remand up, I would have died, right? So missing the land there didn't actually make a difference. They have Spike in their build, which is interesting. Not all the Prowess builds play Spike anymore. I guess the Boros ones do, and the Rakdos ones don't. They can even just be mono... I guess they have to be Boros to cast Lurrus. Alright. Board and some sideboard cards. I don't really know how many... I guess I want more... I guess Aethergust is probably just really good, huh? So Force of Negation is bad. Remand is like fine adjacent, but it's definitely better with us on the play. But I'm gonna take it out. Hey Sandro, good to see you. Take out some fact or fictions. Especially considering they're not on the discard build by the looks of things. The question is, do I want to make room for more Aethergusts? I could take out the mystical teachings. Teachings for Consume the Meek is like pretty appealing. It might just be bad. Like, it might just be that I meant to take out these for 2 more Aethergusts. I am worried then that I just don't have enough long game. I'm taking out teachings. Maybe I keep 1 more Fuff in. I could take out a Reclamation. I think I want the final Aethergust, and I think I want it to replace either a Remand or a Reclamation. Reclamation definitely getting a bit worse with me boarding out some expensive instants. And playing like a slightly more interactive game. Gosh, taking out mystical teachings when we're boarding and Consume Meek and Weather the Storm, I don't like that actually. I'm just gonna take out all the remands and bring this back in, I think. I think remand's fine on the play, but it can be pretty bad at certain points in the game too. I think this is good. Be able to tutor for my Consume the Meek. And my Weather. Okay, this sounds actually good. I do have to put a card on the bottom. Definitely not Growth Spiral. Definitely not Cryptic. It's really awkward because I want a Dead of Winter against them really badly. But this is going to have to find a black source. So I actually only have one Snowland. But I guess a lot of land, like most of the lands in my deck are Snowlands, so I'm pretty likely to draw one. Basically, I'm getting rid of the Dead of Winter or the Reclamation. Which I guess means it has to be the Reclamation. Because I'm pretty likely to find this land for the Dead of Winter. To make it do -2/-2, and then it's like actually pretty legit. Alright. Also, if I draw a second Reclamation, I'm pretty unhappy. This kind of protects me from that a little bit. This needs to find a black land, so I might as well get the Sultai land on turn 1. They did mull to 6 as well. Good. We don't want to put back anything. Yeah, that would have been like an incredible 7, right? Just all 7 cards we really want. Oh yeah, Triomes are nice. The Triome has been really good in this deck. You don't have like a lot of 1-mana plays. You get to fetch it on turn 1 super often. Or like fetch it off the land you put in off the spiral. Ah. That is interesting. I'm not sure what to do anymore. Building up to a big Dead of Winter is appealing. I think I'm just gonna play this and say go and see what they do. They play like a Swift Spear, we can hold off on pushing and try and dig for a Snowland. Triceratops. The Zagoth Triceratops, dang. I did not do that. It's some useful info there, Mimi. Alright, they could have light up the stage. In which case, killing the Soul Scar here is pretty nice. They haven't played a Swift Spear, so we don't know that they have another creature for us to max out Dead of Winter value. Alright, pretty happy doing this, I think. Cut them off, light up the stage this turn. Just play another Soul Scar, sure thing. Okay. That isn't a bad draw, actually. That's a snow permanent for Dead of Winter. And makes this Yorion a lot better. Definitely shocking myself to make sure I can cast a Spiral here. What's this? Oh, Manamorphose, sure. No, the Zagoth Triceratops gnome. Oh my god. Y'all are ridiculous. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit of damage. Should continue repping interaction, I guess. I guess it's pretty obvious I don't have a kill spell here, but fire up the spiral, yep. This is so frustrating. We've drawn zero lands in 2 games. Ugh. I only have 2 snow permanents. I can't really go for killing the Soul Scar. I should just say go. I guess I should do this now. Because I could hit another Astrolabe. Alright. That makes sense. Okay. We have found a land. Do I want to put something back on top? Hey Shay, good morning. I could get a fatal push, which is fine. I kind of almost just want to draw a land next turn. I've got so much to do with my mana. And I can sweep the board with Dead of Winter anyway. So I think I'm actually going to decline. Maybe incorrect. I think my plan next turn is either Dead of Wintering or going Wilderness Wreck, tap your team with Cryptic. And either way, I don't think the Fatal Push necessarily fits in there very well. Alright, they're going to fire off a light up the stage. Oh no, they're going to go Lure Seal. Right. That makes sense. No. What are they doing? Why did they do that pre-combat? I'm so confused. They're just like changing their mind on what they want to do. Alright, this is gonna be a really nice Dead of Winter. If they have a like surgical extraction, I'm gonna scream, by the way. Actually just give up on magic. That went pretty good. Retire from magic, indeed. Alright, they crack the canyon, they're digging for stuff to do. Yep, sure thing. I'm very happy with them not really doing much of relevance this turn. Gives me time to set up my Wilderness Wreck. I swear I have lands in this deck. We've played like 12 turns across 2 games and drawn 1 land. It's actually wild. Oh. We're drawing like a ton of cards of Growth Spirals and Astrolabes too, just none of it matters apparently. Alright, I'm on 5, sure. Say go. They're gonna have 3 cards in hand, they're just digging for burn spells. I did that's true, that did happen. Abbott. Alright, I think I'm just meant to counter this. If they have 2 burn spells as their like last 2 cards in hand, then I was just destined to lose this game, right? I can't just sit here trying to hold up interaction all game long against burn. Alright, love it. Deal. Now I get to resolve a Fuff. Start digging for some life gain. Hey there, Baker. Good morning. I could also just play the Yorion instead of the Fuff. Flicker my Astrolabe, get a blocker down so that I don't have to sphere creatures as much. And this is the sorcery speed spell, right? And as of next turn, I'm going to have to hold open my mana every turn to make sure I can just always have Aether Gust up for burn spells. So. Also means I can close the Animal Friend bubble so that we can see more of the game. So that's another nice upside. Imagine me not playing a Fuff, I know, right? Ooh. I need to find Uro or whether or have my opponent concede. Alright. So our first land of the match was drawn on turn 6 of game 2. Alright, we have to be on the draw now. But Consume the Meek, yeah, it's a nice one to find of teachings. I don't know if it's actually any good, but it does kill literally every creature in a Lurrus deck by definition. So, maybe. Maybe. It's also really hard to cast about Astrolabe, but... This does not have a kill spell. I'm also never mulliganing it, I don't believe. Like, the Astrolabes just give me so many redraws. Charm interacts with the 1-drops. Kind of have to accept you're keeping these hands on the draw sometimes and need to get a little bit lucky. And they are mulliganing too, which doesn't help that much, but helps a little bit. You're sad there's no Torrential Gearhulk. Gearhulk is just unplayable, sadly. I wish it was playable. Gearhulk was felt almost unplayable in Battle of Wits. That was a very good draw. For those wondering, the removal spell was in fact a very good draw against my opponent's creature deck. Big surprise, I know. Isn't Cry better than Consume the Meek? You can't tutor for Cry. The reason I'm playing Consume the Meek is because I can find it off Mystical Teachings. It's also an instant with Reclamation, which is nice. But yeah, Cry is definitely a more powerful card than Consume the Meek. I don't disagree with that. Ooh, Soul Guide Lantern. Well, you see, Mimi. I'm not dignifying that with more of a response. Alright. Huh. Am I casting this Abrupt Decay? Or am I just playing an Astrolabe and playing a tap land? And then stealing the Swift Spear? Because then they can't even return the Swift Spear with the Lurrus, which is nice. Although I guess they just kill it with the Seal of Fire. Problem is, if I decay the Swift Spear, I don't actually have an answer for the Lurrus. This is tough. Magic's hard, yo. They only have 2 cards in hand, so there's a pretty big chance they'd just be tapping out for the Lurrus, even though it doesn't return much at the moment. Lurrus sounds like a problem for future autumn. It's a pretty big problem. I do just get to, charm the Swift Spear next turn, right? And I take 2 life to cast this anyway, so it's not even saving me that much life. Yeah, that's fair, Sora. It might just be wrong. It might just be getting too cute. For sure. I certainly don't disagree that Consume the Meek might be a bit too memey. Consume has, some application against cards like Inkmoth Nexus. I don't know how relevant that is, really, but... Alright, so next time we get to steal a Soulscar Mage. Yeah, Cry Exiles, yeah. There's definitely upsides and downsides. Cry is, Definitely the most appealing against these red lure stacks. Though there are also like Jundi lure stacks where you have to be able to kill Tarmogoyf. Alright, so the plan is steal the Soulscar Mage once they've prowessed it. Hope it gets to block the Swifty. Oh, that one's really good. I kind of want to just counter that. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage in the process. I think this is a good one to counter. This like probably finds them a prowess trigger. We go down to 12, so we'd be on like a virtual 8. If they have a burn spell, we go really low. But even them hitting a land is pretty annoying, because then they like are more likely to get their value off the Lurrus too. I'm just gonna do this. If they trigger prowess, we get to block. That's true. The problem is then they still have the Abbot next turn. I guess they have to use the seal on like one of either this or this though. I don't know, this is really tough. I'm actually just not sure. I'm gonna counter it, but it might just be very incorrect. Alright, that one's not a burn spell. I'm actually kind of okay with that. I guess it's still dealing 2, but a spike would just be terrifying there. So we're down to a virtual 5 because of our fetch land. But now we get to play the Reclamation. Alright, I kind of need them to brick for a turn on a good draw. I guess they do get to cycle the Lantern, which certainly helps them find a good draw. If they brick here, we probably win. If they don't, we probably lose. They're just attacking with the critters. Wish I had like one more mana. So what happens here if I decay one creature, try and coatl the other, seal of fire kills the coatl. If I steal the Soul Scar, they just seal it, hit me to 6, get to resolve a Lurrus, return like deal or something. I wish I had one more mana. Because they get to put me down to a virtual 3 if they hit me with both creatures, which then means Lightning Bolt just always kills me. But if the Lurrus resolves, it basically deals 2 to me, because they get to immediately return the Seal of Fire. So the Lurrus is basically a burn spell in this scenario regardless. I think I have to hope they don't have a deal free and just keep holding open the charm for the Lurrus. Because I think a deal free is just going to be really hard to beat anyway this turn. And if they don't have the deal free, I think we can stabilize pretty well. Yeah. Don't I need to worry about the next turn already? Interesting, an Abbot. So I guess I just need to let this resolve. I guess what I actually do is I Coatl, because I could hit an Ether Gust for the Abbot off the Coatl draw. In which case I'd like pretty happily cast that. And I'm going to be casting these anyway. I can't afford to hold this open for a burn spell. I don't think that's like realistic. I have to use my mana on something. Alright. So this resolves. Hit a Manamorphose. Okay. Hey Mare, good to see you. Solve the Manamorphose. I need them to not find a burn spell. They don't find it, I'm like in a rough spot, but kind of in this. They play Lurrus first and only then sack the seal. You can decay Lurrus in response, and then they don't replay the seal. That is true. I don't know how that affects my choice on what plays to make, though. Like, and I don't know that that meaningfully affects how I play the game at all. Right? I am dead. Because like either I'm holding open a counterspell for Lurrus or I'm not. I can't just rely on them making a mistake like that. Yeah, it would mean they're doing something wrong. And like I can't rely on that happening. If I'm either tapping out, in which case it doesn't matter whether they make that mistake or not, or I'm trying to hold open mana for the Lurrus, which means I'm holding open my Archmage's Charm. In which case, whether they make a mistake or not still doesn't matter because the Lurrus doesn't resolve. It's not like that's a way I can interact with it, but it doesn't affect my choices at all. This matchup seems rough. I think the red-white version is like fine, and the black-red version is like pretty rough. The black-red version is the one matchup I've been pretty unhappy to face. The red-white version we've been doing fine against. It's felt entirely okay. The mistake was our best chance. I just don't think it's a mistake they make that often. And I think it makes way more sense to just like play to our outs based on them using their cards in a realistic fashion. Yeah, exactly, Sora. It doesn't even playing for them to make a mistake doesn't even work for those reasons. Yeah. I definitely agree with that. No, the red-white versions have felt like fine matchups. We had a very bad draw game 1. And even our draw game 2 was pretty awkward and we still got there. The black-red version's a lot harder because they have the discard spells as very relevant interaction. I've been struggling against the black-red version. Hey, Dorklands, good to see ya. Alright. I'm tempted to play Necrodancer between rounds. I also kind of wanted to try building like Bantan Teamer versions of this at some point. How much time is there? There's 8 people going. It's like a little bit. You'd have stolen their creature with both Archmage's charms. The first one was like kind of close. I don't know that I don't think I can ever steal a creature with the second Archmage's charm once I'm like down that road. Because then I just lose the game to the Lurrus pretty much. But stealing the first one instead of countering the Abbot is like, I'm like very unsure on that, which is the right play. Like, we don't actually necessarily get to block the Swift Spear unless they prowess their creatures, because they do have the seal in play. But we are getting the seal out of play and buying a little bit of time. I had the decay for Lurrus. He would have only been 2 damage. Alright, I'm loading this up. I need to look at it again. I can't just like remember the entire board state. Me and Nisif are playing the same event. We are. What? I want to watch the game again. Such a tilt. Damn it. Interesting. Yeah, it was an interesting game. I need to go look at that moment again. I don't know. Letting the Abbot resolve is scary. If it hits a burn spell or another creature, then stealing that creature doesn't actually like accomplish that much relative to countering the Abbot. If it hits a land, it's pretty likely to help the Lurrus get value when it enters. And it is just another body I have to deal with the next turn. And like, if I'm sticking to the line of just like charming their 1-drops, then that means I'm forced to save the decay for the Lurrus, at which point I can't decay like the Abbot. So it gets to start threatening to attack me for quite a bit. It's really tough. I might play some Necrodancer later. I wanted to build some different versions of this. Mainly, I wanted to see what a Teamer version would be like. Lightning Bolt's not like the best in this deck, because it going face is not super relevant. But Ren and 6 is kind of just busted. I get less hit damage taken during combat. Yeah, that's the tough thing. It's really hard to balance. Like I'm definitely taking less damage that turn if I steal a 1-drop. But it's hard to know how things pan out in like the long term if I do that. Just like, I feel like it leads to more damage in the long term, but I don't really know. Ren and 6. Yeah, Ren and 6 is just busted. So, like, we had games there where I was missing land drops, right? And Ren and 6 just means that never happens. It's very good against Abbot as well. Very good card advantage engine. Oh, hey, Sapir. The last SCG Invitational. Oh. I kind of remember that. I remember there was like a really silly game 3 where I doubt like Xaxes with double Sahili giving creatures haste or something when I thought I was just like super dead. I remember that match a little bit. Gosh, I miss playing Paradoxical Urza. That deck was a treat. Yeah, super close game 3. What other red spells are there that are worth playing? Like, I'm gonna go check the Teamer deck that Gab was playing recently. Okay, he only has these in the main 2 in his Teamer deck. Has Angers and Slashes in the board. Please play an expansion exposure. Nah, I think that card's probably just really bad in this. Some kind of life gain. Is Dragon's Claw too narrow? Dragon's Claw is reasonable. I don't know, I kind of feel like that's what Weather is for. Weather has been really impressive for me, but I might just need more copies. I played like 2 copies back in the old Simic version. It was very, very good. Yeah, Weather and Uro are better than Claw. I agree. I agree with that. Weather does really silly things with Reclamation too. You can easily cast like 3 or 4 spells in a turn if you want to set it up that way. What spells are bad here? Maybe I get to cut a land if I have Ren and 6. I don't know if that's how it really works. I'll try them. Ketria Triome. And we want a Steam Vent. Maybe you just need like 2 Steam Vents. Because I do want Anger of the Gods in the board. I don't think there's any other sweeper that really matches that. Like, I could just play Flame Sweep. Noggle Bridgebreaker to replay your Mystic Sanctuaries. What? Not into. Pauper All-Star Tragic Lesson. I loved that card in draft. That card was like very underrated in that draft format. I probably just want more sweepers than this. I'm just like, Flame Sweep is so much less painful to cast. But I assume it's just a much worse card. It works with Reclamation too, which is really nice. Yeah, the instant speed part could be useful. You post the Battle of Wits meme. I tend to prefer that people whose usernames I don't recognize don't post links in chat. But I don't know. If I wasn't a Wilderness Reclamation deck, I would definitely prefer Anger. And obviously Anger's nice against Lurrus. I kind of like this. The look of this. And then we can have another Weather. Is it just the card Battle of Wits? Don't insult Battle of Wits. That card's my friend. Care about it. It's important to me. It might be a little bit of a meme. That is fair. What's the final sideboard slot? Also, I need to cut cards from the main deck. I guess 2 of them have to be lands, probably. go back down to 34. I really don't want to be increasing the land count when I have Ren and 6 in my deck. I guess if I'm not only playing one copy of Anger, I can get away without the second Steam Vents. I can just cut and... Oh no, then I'm at 80. Then I'm at 34. Cool. Let's just put a Forcing Negation in the board or something. Or put a Lightning Bolt in the board. That has to be incorrect, putting a Lightning Bolt in the board when all these Lurrus decks are running around. Reclamation 2. Yeah. I should actually maybe rename this so I can ever figure out what they are. Teema. Oh. Maybe the answer is to put the 4th Foff in the board. It's fair. Since we bought it out against the aggressive decks anyway, and we're pretty good against the slower decks regardless. Seems good. So, like, I kind of considered the idea of a Bant one, because a Bant one you get to play Time Warp and Teferi Time Raveler, but you have to play Path, which is, like, an absurd downgrade to Lightning Bolt and Push at the moment. I think Path is just, like, so much worse than those two cards. Just giving the Prowess decks extra lands is very unappealing to me. But you get to... So, like, Time Warp's really cool with Teferi plus Reclamation, and it's also really cool with Mystic Sanctuary. Or Mystic Sanctuary Ren. Mystic Sanctuary Ren Time Walk lets you take, like, 4 turns in a row and then ultimate your Ren, and supposedly win the game. And Teferi Time Warp Reclamation means it gets to act as a cheaper Nexus that you then can, like, return with your fetch lands whenever you want. Hey Paul, good to see you. So I might just build that as well. I don't know how it changes things. I don't know, like, I guess maybe you just don't play spot removal and you can play, like, Supreme Verdict's main deck instead. Because spot removal is, like, kind of weird against the Lurrus decks. Sometimes it's really good, but a lot of the time they also just go super wide and kind of invalidate it in a weird way. It's good on, like, turn 1 or 2, at which point Path to Exile is so miserable. If you're playing, like, Supreme Verdict, you don't get to play Fact or Fiction. At which point, like, are you really interested in Reclamation? Then you just end up Bant Control. You just, like, reverse engineer Bant Control. Because you just, like, can't have this many 4-drops. Means you have to cut some of this stuff. I'm kind of off it. There's only 1 match left. Ooh, in between rounds, I think I'm gonna be playing Necrodancer in between the next few rounds. I just really wanted to get the Teema version built, because I might actually play this at some point soon on stream. Seems like pretty sweet to me. It's not clear which is better, right? Like, so this, the ups, like, what's actually the upside to playing black instead of red? You get mystical teachings, which is fine, but definitely not like incredible. And you get an answer to Teferi with Abrupt Decay, but like sometimes you can bolt the Teferi anyway, or run in 6 it. If they decide to minus. And if they plus, that make better spot removal. Is it actually better? Like, and sweepers, but we get those in Temur. We get Flame Sweep, Anger of the Gods, and Lightning Bolt. Like, these are definitely worse than Dead of Winter, but not like always worse. Like, this works better with Reclamation. And they're going to be better on turn 3 some amount of the time too. Dead of Winter is like very good from like turn 4 onwards, but turn 3 you sometimes don't have the snow permanence for it because you just like can't get a snow swamp because the mana base just doesn't make having a snow swamp reasonable. Because you only have 4 black fetch lands anyway. So like basically red gets red in 6, and then like slightly worse but not strictly worse versions of the black cards. So Temur might just be better. Dead of Winter has really good play for text. That is certainly true. At last, silence. Yeah, I am gonna try out the Temur version. Like maybe tomorrow or something. If the challenge doesn't go well, or even if it does go well, I might still just play this in the PTQ tomorrow, the SPTQ. Because Ren in 6 just seems so good with fetch lands. When you just like want to hit your land drop every single turn for the entire game. And like we've definitely had games where I've been missing land drops and it's been awkward, right? It's like the majority of the matches I've been losing with the deck. Dead of Winter makes you very sad. Look, people shouldn't be allowed to have creatures in play. And you're only allowed a creature in play if you have a Daze to protect it. You know that's how things work, Mir. It's definitely worse against the prowess creatures, that's true. That's definitely true. I don't think it's like dramatically worse. Most of the time you'll find a spot where you can kill them. You just like can't be as flexible with it. You can't do the thing of like waiting for them to go to combat before killing their creature, right? You kind of just have to kill it when they put a Manamorphose on the stack and are tapped out or whatever. But I feel like a lot of the time it's going to work out pretty similarly. You love Fact or Fiction? I also love Fact or Fiction. I'm sure that will come as quite a surprise. I'm going to keep this. Needs lands, but otherwise is pretty good. Alright, we can go get a Triome turn 1. They went Sacred Foundry Go. It's kind of weird. I don't know what that could... Like, a burn deck would probably have shocked it in, right? To do something. Thank you for that raid. XYZ. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Charming Prince. Alright. I don't really know what's happening here. Is this like... I've not seen this deck before. Maybe I'm out of the loop. Jeskai Luca Fires, wait, what? Is that a thing people are playing in Modern? I guess it's the thing people are playing in Modern. They play it in every format. Oh yeah, it isn't Luca because they don't have a Yorion. That is true. Just gonna let this hit me, hold open the Remand. If I was being more spiky, I would definitely go, go look at Goldfish right about now. Yes, I just Remand this. Taxes. It's quite the taxing experience to play against. Of course you do, Mayor. Of course you do. Oh yeah, this is mine. If you were more spiky, you would be a hedgehog. Truer words. Alright, this isn't bad. I get to go Spiral into Coatl. And they get to Ghost Quarter me, I guess, but this is fine. I could try and ambush the Charming Prince with my Coatl. But then I don't get to... No, I actually can't do that, can I? I don't have, like, enough colored sources. Alright, I'm just taking this. Someone has to like white cards, Mayor. Ooh. Cavern of Souls. Rude. Hedgehogs are so adorable. Alright. Gonna fetch a breeding pool and fire off the Spiral. Are you excited for me to push over Thalia, Mayor? Oh, awesome, Itachi. I'm glad it was so helpful to you. Really, really love that deck. I have to kill this because I want to play Wilderness Wreck next turn. How could I do this to her? Look, she's stopping me casting my spells, okay? Can't be helped. I could just teachings for a fatal push. It's like kinda reasonable. I guess this is probably fine though. Okay, I get to resolve my Thoth. Opponent gets to Ghost Quarter me, but a Hedgehog Cafe sounds wonderful. Alright, Leon and Arbiter enters the battlefield. I could also teachings for Nexus of Fate. Which is like almost good, but I think I'd rather Fuff. We'll remove this Arbiter soon enough, right? It's not that pressing a concern. You're gonna be drawing so many cards that getting Strip Mine is hardly the end of the world. Okay. Goodbye, black mana, sure. I'd say that's a lot of mana sources I have right there. It's almost like I can ignore this Leonin Arbiter completely. If I don't take the Watery Grave, I can't actually cast Fatal Push anymore. Alright, you convinced me. I would like to continue casting my spells, please. Deck, in fact, not designed with the Leonin Arbiter matchup in mind. Could just play a 4/5. Probably just gets palved. If I draw the Astrolabe, anything is possible. What am I doing? I'm probably teachings for Nexus, maybe? Put Foff on top. I could also do that. Then I don't get to, then I don't get to cast teachings this turn. I guess that's probably fine. My opponent's not exactly killing me very much, and I can just cast my Yorion as a 4/5. I mean, you can pay for the Arbiter so you can teachings. Also lets me crack my Delta. Cast more Foffs. You convinced me. I'm a hard person to convince about such matters, but I guess I just cast a stupid 4/5 and probably get it pathed and move on with my life. I can't teachings if I don't play the tax. Yep. Yeah, I need to remember that. Such value. I mean, they have to attack for it somehow. It's honestly kind of reasonable. Huh? Am I just gonna cycle this? I can't actually kill this ever. So, you know, there's that. Sure. Cycle my remand. Let the Magus resolve. Like, they aren't really doing anything. We do have Astrolabes, yeah. We have Astrolabes in here somewhere. And we're going to be casting a Fact or Fiction. We can cast as Teachings too. We honestly might be able to just kill them with Teachings for Nexus as a line. They're like probably really close to dead actually. If there wasn't a Magus in play, I think I would actually kill them this turn because I could Sanctuary back Teachings to find Nexus over and over and over. And I would have exactly 20 damage. As is, we'll have to find other ways to muster through. Yes. Oh, you love to see it. Yep. Yep. Just that is okay with me. I wonder if I attack. I take 4 on the backswing. Put them to 16, which means they're then with 1 hit away from killing them. Right? 16, 12 next turn, then we have 2 time walks stored up. This might be aggressive, but I think it's good. I think we, like, they're on a virtual 4 now because of Nexus of Fate. Oh, I don't have black mana. Oh, I have regrets. I wish I didn't make that attack now. You raise a good point, you know? Just a very reasonable point. Uh-huh. I can't actually cast this Decay very easily, ever. Yes, this is fine. Get to draw 2. Oh, Charm actually works now because of the Magus turning off Cavern of Souls. It's unlikely they'd play anything I would actually counter, but yeah, not seeing Astral Ape in the top half of the deck is a little bit annoying. I could Force of Negation this. But yes, I just let it resolve because I want to draw 2. Doesn't. I don't think it's actually going to do much. The game's not going to go on long enough, I don't think. Another Arbiter. That one's annoying, but I will let it resolve. Error. So I can pay 4 and then teachings. What do I want to get with teaching? If I get Cryptic, I can bounce the Magus, in which case I should not have played my land out. That was very bad. Pay for this, cast teachings. Get Cryptic, say go. Yeah, this game has not been played optimally, but I think we're doing fine. They do get to bounce this Magus on their run step, and then take over the game. Possible I meant to discard the error there. I don't think it really matters. I think the game ends next turn if they don't have something really busted. Even if they do, I then get to counter it and still bounce the Magus because a busted card would cost a lot of mana. Guess they could have Lightning Bolt. Okay. If they have Lightning Bolt, I have Force of Negation though. If they have Double Bolt, that doesn't matter. Worth noting, Lightning Bolt significantly better than Fatal Push against Magus of the Moondax. To return to our earlier Teemo versus Sultai discussion, I would dramatically prefer to have Lightning Bolts in my deck at this exact moment in time. I did know that, Mimi. Leon and Arbiter is a special action. Indeed. Alright. So I put Mystical Teachings on top of my deck. And then I draw it with my arrows so that I can Teachings for Nexus. I think they're just dead now. Oh, do I actually have enough mana to do that? I haven't actually checked the Arbiter situation that closely. 4 to pay for the Arbiter. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Teachings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I do. I have exactly enough. I believe. Probably meant to get a breeding pool here because of the arrow in my yard. Now we Teachings for Nexus of Fate. I can't mix. I need all the mana, right? I need to tap all the mana. Oh, because of Restoration Angel. That's true. Could push an Arbiter instead. I could. It's reasonable. Now I get to... They still have the Arbiters in play. So I can't actually Teachings for Nexus here again. I guess I am just going to push an Arbiter then. Whatever. And then... They are dead next turn. Indeed, facts. I cannot stop Nexusing, in fact, in any format. Uh-huh. Sure. Alright, that was game one. We have to play faster in the next one. Alright. Definitely have to play faster in the next one. I get to bring in Dead of Winter, which is nice. I probably want to consume the Meek. I would have actually have got to tutor for it, but not cast it, because I didn't draw an asteroid. Force of Negation seems pretty bad. I guess they could be playing Boil, but... What was the name of opponent's deck? It's probably like Death and Taxes or something. Actually, Modern Taxes, yeah. Something like that. I actually wonder if, like, I just don't want this Teachings in my deck because of Arbiter. Red, white. Oh my word. Not having a Swamp is, like, a little bit brutal in this matchup. Is this mere bait? Isn't everything mere bait if you look at it the right way? Baiting Mir is just a good pastime, honestly. Ethergust does deal with Magus. Magus is one of their scarier cards, weirdly. I think I'm gonna bring at least one in. Yeah, his counter's really slow. It's like pretty good with Thoth, because Thoth flips his counter quickly, but... They bought in Rest in Peace against me, this is gonna be embarrassing, but... Whatever. It's like pretty hard for me to board down on Fact or Fictions against them, even though they're like a pretty aggressive deck. Fact or Fiction is one of the ways you like overpower nonsense like Magus of the Moon. Once you're drawing enough cards, you'll eventually find what you need to fight your way through. This hand is pretty busted. In that it's very Magus proof. My card's pretty busted. In that I've never beaten it in any constructed format ever. Alright, get to steal the Ether Vial. No, I think Grip's good against us. It shuts down Uro, it shuts down Mystic Sanctuary. It shuts down so much of our inevitability. I think Rest in Peace is actually a good card against this deck. Huh. That certainly is a card that's modern legal. Astrolabe's even better against us. Astrolabe's pretty good against that deck, it's true. Sword of Fire and Ice. Sophie. So definitely spiraling. I'm considering just pushing this Stoneforge Mystic off a cliff. Do we spiral push? That's what I'm wondering. Not the most threatening card in the world, but slows my opponent down a little bit. some incentive to do this before they can have Charming Prince up off the vial. Alright. So you have this sword in hand. They have a 2-drop, they can play the sword, threaten to vial in a 2-drop to get their card advantage engine going. Sure. I'm pretty interested in just stealing this vial, I think. Except this is gonna happen. They're gonna kill my forest. Let's kill my island, sure. I'm gonna steal this vial. It's like pretty annoying in general. And I get to put in my Coatl and my Uro off of it. My Uros. So I think it's gonna be pretty good for us. Have to do it now, because if they don't have a 2-drop they want to put in on end step, then we'd have to steal it with the trigger on the stack, and then they get to tick it up to 3, and we don't get to potentially put in our Coatl, and it just gets really awkward. Alright, don't Stone Rain me, please. I want to not be Stone Rained. Okay. What am I doing with this file? I can maximize the amount of mana I get to use off of it if I just flash in the Coatl off of it. But I kinda want to start putting in Uros. And if I tick it up and I draw a fetch land, I get to have the Uro in play, which seems incredible. So I'm actually just gonna tick it up and put in an Uro. Because then any fetch land lets me cast it. Alright. Pretty reasonable cards regardless. Yeah, Coatl has flash anyway, so works with all of our spells. Yeah. Oh, awesome, Messina. They could play around a Ghost Quarter here by just doing these removal spells main phase, but I kind of want my opponent to use up mana on the Sophie. So this is pro red, pro blue. Oh, fetch lands aren't good. You raise a good point, Riavald. I'm glad no one noticed. I'm glad somehow no one but you noticed. I'm not used to playing against Leon in Arbiter, okay? It's not a very widely played card. Alright, now we get a nice 2-for-1. That's apparently all my deck does. Oops, all 2-for-1s. Man, maybe I need to add Ether Vial to my deck. I need to add Ether Vial to my deck. Clearly. Card's just so busted. How does anyone ever beat it? Are they gonna bat a skull? Sure. Hey, that's an Uro. Slorp. Why double your mana for 4 mana when you can double it for 1? I love this deck. This is something. I guess getting the forest means I can't Mystic Sanctuary very soon. Imagine slotting. Imagines. It's kind of wild how few lands we've been drawing today. At least this game is just not remotely mattered. Just here living the 4-land life after casting 10 growth spirals. Exactly. But if you're putting in an arrow with Ether Bar, suddenly it's a good magic card. Pretty excited for this Dead of Winter next turn. AKA Plague Wind. I guess they could equip the Germ. Stop that. One, two, three, four. Huh. Pretty good. I would like to make a black mana. How about that? Should probably be attacking first. I don't think it matters. But seems like a nice number of snow permanents to be controlling. I agree. I'm a fan. It's a good thing we didn't draw more lands, really. Otherwise, I might have had too many snow permanents and killed my Uro. Really, the deck was treating me well by not letting me draw lands. Making sure my Uro survived on turn 7. Whatever. So this can get back a this can get a Mystic Sanctuary, which is nice. I'd like not to use Stoneforge's ability. Right, Mystic Sanctuary, grab myself. The most fatal of pushes. I guess this just doesn't matter. I could probably wait. Yeah, this game was sweet. To have a fetch land up to revolt my fatal push. That matters in any world. Ooh, I could just cast another Astrolabe instead. Heck, thank you, Lorelei. And you. I'm gonna return Batterskull and put it back in, I guess. Oh yeah, Yorion is not a reasonable magic card. This card, the Sky Noodle, is quite potent. Turns out. All praise the Sky Noodle. Hey, Jarvis. In comes the battle skull. Down goes the germ. And down goes our opponent. Rawr. I didn't have stop set to cast it before damage. Punted. Alright, 1-1, recovering from a rough start. Hope you're doing well, Jarvis. So that was Boros Taxes, I guess? Game 1 was wild. The Magus just didn't play for half the game. So much BM value missed, I know. I have regrets. I mean, it takes as many clicks as saying that you don't want to put in a land baker, right? But you get to end the game with more permanence in play, and therefore win more. Oh yeah, strong agree. I've just refilled my water bottle. Everyone stay hydrated. It's important. Thank you, Kate. Sleep well. Alright, I'm gonna use this opportunity to pop to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll hopefully keep fighting pretty soon. Alright, I return. There's only 4 rounds going. Next round's gonna be soon. Wondering whether to boot up Necrodancer or not.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, this deck looks heinous.
Looks heinous. So much fun though, Campo. I get to draw so many cards. Thank you for the 20-month free sub. Appreciate it. Oh. Alright, before I do anything, I should put the record up on the screen. That is important. I'd rather draw cards than win games. That's just a fact. That's just reasonable, you know? challenge record. Text, modern challenge, 1-on-1. Alright, there we go. Oop. Nothing happened, okay? Nothing. You saw nothing. Alright. There we go. I think I'm gonna load up Necrodancer. Necrodancer's sweet. And don't really just want to be sitting here for the next 10 minutes. Swap to the Necrodancer layout. Launch in windowed mode. I should also add my record here so people can see it. And what else do I need to do? I need to update my title, and I'm probably gonna lower the volume a bit.
They told me.
Just like a little bit. Let me know if those volume levels are okay. Necrodancer in between rounds. Volume seems good. Awesome. Make this a bit bigger. Alright, so we're struggling on zone 4. I guess I'm just gonna dive right back in. Still haven't beaten zone 4 with cadence yet. I was getting better at it last time. I say, almost instantly dying. God, it's so rough starting with no items. You worked with the Necrodancer soundtrack on Friday. Awesome. So I should shift my chair over a bit. Let's try again. So, for those who haven't seen this game before, it is a roguelike rhythm game. Sweet. So I have to make sure I move and attack to the beat of the music. It's also pretty challenging. I'm still like kind of early on. I'm on the first character still. But it takes like a fair amount of learning enemy patterns to get through some of the stages. Ooh, some gems are nice. The diamonds mean if I die I can buy some items to use in my next run. Roguelike means that it is a style of game where if you die, you lose all the items you've acquired. I guess technically, Necrodancer is kind of a roguelike because you can choose to start with items if you want. But it basically means you just start over every time. And that, like, getting further in the game is based on just getting better at the game. Yeah, Rogue is a very old game. Ooh, I should come back for that apple later if I take some damage. Make sure it doesn't go to waste. Yeah, procedurally generated levels, yeah. So, like, one of the ideas behind roguelike games is they're extremely replayable. Because, like, every time you're going to get different items and get a different experience. And there'll be, like, newly generated levels for you to explore. This zone is actually, like, a huge up in difficulty level from the earlier parts in the game. Because the All Zones mode, when you enter a new area, you get all the items you've collected so far. Whereas when you're just entering an individual zone, you just enter with basically nothing. So it means we're starting like a really late part of the game with very little in the way of special items. Which makes it pretty hard. It means I don't really have like a good weapon that I can use necessarily. Which is why you're gonna see me like die and restart a lot until I get a nice layout. Yeah, the music thing is sweet. The normal levels just keep like a regular beat and will like speed up or slow down sometimes. But I'm just gonna quickly check. Okay, a little bit of time before the next round. But the actual bosses will like change tempo and miss beats and stuff. So it's like a conga boss where you have to like stay aware of like when some beats might be missed. Oh my god, I'm getting slaughtered. I just wanna have good weapons, please. The knight just making a fool of me. Yeah, I find the knights really challenging to get used to. Because how you deal with them varies so much based on like where you're stood relative to them, and what other enemies are around, and what weapon you're using. It's just like a lot to mentally adjust to. Wind spell. I want to get to those diamonds there. Alright, at least none of those are bombs. The diamonds mean we can buy some nice new weapons in between runs. Yeah, exactly. All zones is probably easier because we'd get to this point in the game with like armor and a better weapon. But I don't actually know these levels, the zone 4, very well. So doing it this way helps me just like learn the enemies a bunch, which is pretty relevant. Alright, we have a better dagger, at least. Alright, if I understand correctly, it's better to go horizontal. These zone 4 levels, the exit to the next portion of the level will always be in the opposite corner to where you start. So it's best to go horizontal as far as you can and then vertical as far as you can, because a bunch of the bosses are much easier to approach vertically. Alright, we actually found a shop too. Might have some nice stuff for us. We have more powerful spells, which I don't really care about. But we can get this healing thing and a backpack. So now every 10 enemies I kill, I'm gonna get a nice little bit of healing. Yeah, the crown's decent. Oh my god, it reversed my controls. But if I'm not careful, that enemy reverses my controls and makes things really weird. Okay. The ogres are just like awful. So I'm gonna clear out everything around it before I try and get near it. Luckily, this weapon increases when my multiplier is good. I got to kill that ogre really easily. I'm being really impatient here. I should be letting the enemies approach me more. I did better than any of my previous attempts. At least. Alright, the round is starting. Alright, so we are 1-1. Lost to Luris Prowess in round 1. Not necessarily the easiest matchup, just beat taxes. You get to be on the play, which is real nice. In our Growth Spiral deck. And we have a Growth Spiral. This is a reasonable hand, right? Yeah, we have Spiral plus Remand open on 2. Gonna waste some Mystic Sanctuaries, which is unfortunate, but yeah, the skeletons are just like such a silly thing to take damage from, right? Because they're not actually that powerful or scary. But you just have to not be impatient around them, which is sometimes kind of challenging. Right, so I don't actually need Remand up this turn. So it probably makes more sense to go Spiral Astrolabe and just get all that stuff sorted out. Yeah, Tron. I don't know which build they're on. I hope they're on Eldrazi Tron. AKA Bad Tron. I kind of want both of these to be islands. This can come in untapped if need be. Although I also want Snowlands for my Coatl if they're on Eldrazi Tron. I could just go Snow Forest, Snow Island, and that's probably fine. Means this might come in untapped, but it's like unlikely to. As opposed to Greentron. Greentron's better than Eldrazi Tron. I don't know. I'll never understand Eldrazi Tron. Yeah, I think I agree, Jarvis, with your suggestion. Because I'm the situation where I don't draw another untapped land, I really want this to be able to come in untapped. And situation where I do draw another untapped land, I'm going to have enough snow permanents for Coatl anyway, so it's not going to matter. And I kind of want more green mana for Uro at some point too. Right, they have Tron, but we have a really absurd opening. Turn 3 Reclamation, have Remand up. Very, very good. Less of the lands. Yeah, we do have a few. That's fine there. We're gonna be drawing some cards, digging towards card draw, right? Hardly the end of the world to draw a land or two. Unlike the Yorion is gonna draw us a card too. Alright, really hope that is on Eldrazi Tron. They are. That's a delight. You'd love to see it. You don't love to see it. That can get Ulamog. It might just be very dead. Wow. They're like Eldrazi-tron, but they have playable magic cards like Ulamog. Hey, Ailey. Good morning. Yeah, if I don't remand, they can cast the Ulamog, so I should probably remand. Ulamog's gonna be pretty hard to beat, but maybe we can find a counterspell here. Thoth is very good. That's gonna help me get together a bunch of resources here. I get Sanctuary into remand. I don't really want to remand the Ulamog. If I'm being honest. Kind of feel like I just need to counter it properly. I could just Yorion and draw 2 here. Just like reasonable. I'm less likely to find a counterspell that way. But I also develop some pressure. Your inclination is Thoth is correct. That's my inclination too. I just really want to counter this Ulamog. And get the most looks at a counter. Hey, Archmage's Charm. They might think I have no lands, it's true. They have to constrain our mana with the Reclamation in play, and to make like the Ulamog trigger good. Pretty easy choice. Alright. Attack for 1 here. Would I have taken... No, I think I would have just taken the Archmage's Charm. I think I need the Archmage's Charm. And they already have lands anyway. I don't think the Misty was enough to, like, actually affect the decision that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So casting this only changes thing off Reclamation mana, only changes things if I draw a Cryptic. But also, like, lessens my options with Mystic Sanctuary at instant speed. So I guess I'm just gonna say go. And waste the mana. Yeah, Fetchlands are really good in this deck. Fetchlands are good in a lot of Mystic Sanctuary decks. I have 4 Sanctuary and the literal maximum possible number of blue Fetchlands. We have 16 blue Fetchlands. What? This is nonsense. Hey, at least I have this Fatal Push, right? I mean, it's kind of fine for me, Jarvis. What I get to do is... Yeah, this draw from them, it's actually, yeah, it's been a pretty reasonable draw from my opponent. I get to draw 2 cards. Yeah. I guess I can still just have this up as a counter for the next play, though. I definitely want to Fatal Push this with the trigger on the stack, I know that much. And then I might just let the trigger resolve. Afterwards. No, normally Eldrazi Tron only runs one Cavern of Souls. They run it as like a tutor target. Normally you don't actually have to deal with it that much, weirdly. I wonder if there's an argument for putting Growth Spiral on top. I guess not, because then I can't cast the Fatal Push on top of everything else. Oh no! I had to do it with the trigger on the... I'm so silly. I had to do this with the trigger on the stack. With the Sanctuary trigger on the stack. Because now they get to take the Thoth. Which I guess just forces me to cast the Thoth. I might just be doing this all wrong. I don't know. Alright. So I actually specifically want the Cryptic in the yard so the Fortnite Seer trigger can't take it. Right? So that actually works out for me. So the Astrolabe is a 1-mana divination with the Orion. They do have to take the Charm, though. So Uncountable Ulamog's going to be problematic. I do get to tap it down with my Cryptic for a long time, however. That one's good. Alright. So next turn we're gonna go... They got a Tormod script. Whoa, that's wild. Okay. Yep. So now they get to stop me drawing the Cryptic command. I do get to kill the Mind Stone, which might... Oh no, I can't. This is cutting me off colored mana. Huh. Alright. Interesting. So I guess the plan is Astrolabe Yorion. End of turn, decay the Mind Stone to try and keep them off of Ulamog. A Watery Graves in the yard? What? So I can get a Triome then and untap it with my Reclamation, right? Right. I draw 2 less cards that way. It's probably worth though. Maybe. I have to attack first. Yeah, the Conduit of Ruin package was really good. Makes their deck have a lot more game against me, knowing there's an Ulamog always lurking. Alright, so... Click at both of these, get my Triome, end of turn I get to draw 2. I have to fetch Triome before the end step trigger, but... Obviously the Tormod script is going to be very annoying at some point, but we can probably play through it. Lurking and smirking. Oh, we put that there off of fact or fiction, right? I was wondering how it ended up in the yard. That makes sense. I've considered whether I want a second Watery Grave in the deck, potentially. It's certainly been incredible here. Would have drawn me 2 extra cards, essentially. Yeah, this match is interesting. This has been like one of the stranger games today. A lot of different things to contend with. It's only early on in the game. What did I play against rounds 1 and 2? I lost to Boros Lurrus Prowess, which is a mouthful. And I won against Boros Taxes. Apparently a thing some people play. We do have all these cards. I must admit, regardless of what you think about Companion as a mechanic, it makes deck names a nightmare. Just like, every deck name starts at 3 words long minimum, if you want to be thorough. Is there Boros Prowess without Lurrus? That could be. There probably isn't. That's a fair point. Fair and reasonable. Odin has lost connection to the game and just regained it. Alright. That is going to be relevant. I'm very far behind on time regardless. So, I'm going to flicker both of these to draw 2. Luristless Boros Prowess. That's so much worse there. I guess it's like unlikely to come up that often. But it's also just awful. In terms of pronunciation. And Yaley, heck, you got there first? It's only like half a second slower. Ooh. It's a nice one. I wish I had a fetch land put in off the spiral, so that I could actually cast it. Alright. Don't Ulamog me. They only have like 13 lands in their deck that let them Ulamog me. Alright. Yeah. Rude. I guess they have to take down the Yorion, and then like the Reclamation, and just ignore my lands. Makes sense. Certainly not going to be easy to beat. The Tormod script is like really problematic here, but okay. You can like maybe beat one Ulamog trigger. Draw 2 cards. Cryptic's good. Cryptic's beautiful. Cryptic taps the Ulamog. So now I need to force them to crack the Tormod script. By targeting my Cryptic command with this Mystic Sanctuary. Sure. You got it. And I'm going to be spending 4 mana to tap the Ulamog. Which means I can Spiral in a land, cast Coatl on the end step. Yeah, that seems good. We have Force of Negation up for anything they could Karn for to continue eating my yard. Right, tap. All creatures or opponents control. Return this Mystic Sanctuary. So am I being correct? Because like all our fetch lands, which are pretty likely draws at this point, find the 4th Sanctuary anyway? Having my mana develop's nice, but if it happens, I can just play them out one after the other and not bounce next turn anyways. I don't know. Seems fine. Minus the Karn. What's this gonna be for? A Walking Ballista? Sundering Titan. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure is a magic card. Ooh, I can charm the Sundering Titan, that's good. So I have to put the Cryptic on top of my deck. Uro does not let me Cryptic, but Astrolabe does. 3, 4, 1, 2. So I guess it's better to Coatl because it costs more mana. If I played my land for turn, I have. Oh, so it has to be Astrolabe. Almost messed up. Posture check. Apologies. Thank you. Alright. Oh, clinging on as well as I can. Tap all creatures you control, return target permanent. Sundering Titan returns once more onto the stack. We're almost halfway through our deck. It's wild. We officially have less cards in our deck than our non-Yorian opponent on turn 7. Oh. That's just rude. Sticking Uro would help, yes. Certainly agree. Is this a Karn or a Chalice? A Walking Ballista. Alright. Goodbye, Snow Snake. You were loved. Cryptic on top of the deck. I guess I should attack first. Go ahead and slurp it up. Can't put the Euro in this turn because I need to cryptic them, but we are developing our mana this turn, which is like real nice. And say go. This is game one. It's been almost half an hour. Desperately clinging on against the most ceaseless of hungers. Alright, this time I get to draw a card. Right. Apple creatures your opponent's control, draw a card. Pretty reasonable. Yeah, this is game one. It's being kind of ludicrous. We've tapped this Ulamog down a few times. That's actually scary. They can get a scavenger grounds with that. I might want to counter that, honestly. Is it maybe best to use Force? No, I need the I guess I don't need the collateral. Well, no, I definitely don't need the collateral. Alright. Amusingly, Drown in the Lock would not have countered that if I'd used Force first. So that worked out very well. By pure accident. Oh, but it's cryptic on top. Attack for one. I can't already beat many more spells from them, but currently I'm in this game. I have to play faster. There's gonna be a game two, apparently. Coatl, Drown, Force, Remand, Spiral. Oh. Let the slurping begin. Oh, also Ghost Quarter. I had to counter the map because of Ghost Quarter as well, because that interrupts the Sanctuary loops. Yeah, I've got a clock now, 3-tone clock. And this guarantees my card draw every turn, so I can make sure the Cryptic's in my hand, so I'm not relying on other cards to do that anymore either. Which is nice. Yep, it's good. A lot of cards, very hard to beat here if they have them. Another Khan of either variety would probably end the game, but... Heck, thank you, Yaylee. No! Alright, they didn't find anything with it. For some reason, sure. So I can lead with this. We still have enough mana for both of these. Right. Then Cryptic on top. This is a 5/5, so it can block to buy a turn, but that's fine. Alright, that's pretty good. We take the Wilderness Wreck and they die next turn to Nexus of Fate. Right? I think. Might be wrong. I might be wrong! I maybe should have checked that a bit more. I think I'm right. Cryptic on top. Cast Teachings. Nexus Fates. That was game one. Oh. Do it. I basically have to win game two, this means. It's gonna be rough. Hey, Quinn. Good morning. Oh, I need a breather for the next game. God damn. The Ulamog makes things so much harder. Right. I don't even know what I can change. I guess I definitely want the extra Force of Negation. Drown in the Lock is like kind of trashy against them. Mystic Sanctuary is a perfect Magic the Gathering card, I agree. I think that's the only change I make. I could bring in another push for TKS, which is like reasonable, but... Alright. Game 3. Let's do this. Game 2. Sorry. Essentially game 3. We either win this or lose the match, but you know. Alright. Reasonable. Keep. Am I gonna force a map? I don't think so. It's like really tempting, but I think I have to let it resolve. Save it for a Khan. I'm not going to be looking at chat much, by the way. I need to win this game. Determined. So determined. Whew. Astrolabe Storm. Ah. 80 cards, by the way, you know. Casual 80 card, draw all the Astrolabes. Oh wow, they just don't have a play on turn 3. That is absurd. I could Uro, but they have Cavern of Souls, that seems bad. Oh no, I could hold open a counter, but they have Caverns, so that seems bad, so I should just Uro. Get the Slorp train going. I wonder if I was meant to play a fetch there to try and like bring back Arrow faster. Yeah, I would have 4 in yard then, and then Force would get me to 5, and another fetch would get me to 6. I might have just missed out on arrowing on time. Tech Edge. We can just get all basics, so Tech Edge actually doesn't matter. Terribly. Like, we have 3 Astrolabes, we just can live off basics. Yeah, this is sad. I could have arrowed this turn if I'd done things a little better. Oh well. Still in a fine position. Oh, I should have Yorion to draw 3, huh? Instead of fuffing. I'm just making mistakes because I'm playing fast. Derp. It's fine. They're gonna play a Khan anyway, and I'm gonna be happy to have the remand up. It's how it always goes. Like, Foth fills up the yard for the arrow. It's not even clearly that bad. Ooh, Chalice. Alright. Happily remand that. Can I slurp before arrowing from the yard? I can. I could also just put a remand on top and hold that open. Might be better. Right. So you go. I mean, we're very far ahead now. Another cavern. Oh. Construct. They could have Walking Ballista. That doesn't really deal with my arrow that well. They're casting Eldrazi. This is the really obnoxious one. Shooters and Ulamog, I guess. Alright, I guess I should just cycle this. So now I need to start finding ways to interact with Ulamog. They just didn't find it. I guess it's in their hand. Alright. That's really good. So they're gonna block, I'm gonna lose my arrow. I'm just gonna trade with the conduit, which eats into their mana production. Cryptic's very good. Okay. I think we have everything. I think we should be able to win this now. But they're just blocking me with the Matter Reshaper, sure. You get a card, I get a card. Okay. So they're probably gonna Ulamog me next turn, but I think we can beat that. We have a lot of stuff going on here. We have a Yorion coming down soon if we want to. Like, Gulamog might clock me out, is true. I'm gonna have to start tapping it down every turn. So they're gonna hit Uro Wilderness Wreck. I think I'm just gonna cycle my Remand. I guess I get to Growth Spiral first. Alright, I can Sanctuary a Fuff on top, which doesn't really do anything. I can Sanctuary a Growth Spiral on top, actually. To develop my mana a bunch here. This might be incorrect. Seems good though. Gets me to the point where I can Yorion with Cryptic up really easily. Oh wow. New plan? I can put Foff on top, right? Does use up a Sanctuary to do that? Fine. Oh, they get to tech edge the Sanctuary to stop the loops. I didn't realize that. There's actually a lot of pressure on me because of this tech edge. The tech edge is actually really good, huh? Alright. Peace. I still just overpower it anyway. So I need to tap or draw a card then. And I get to Foff. Need to play this really quickly once I get priority. Okay, play a land. Tap your team, draw a card. Casting an Eldrazi, sure. Just a smasher, doesn't matter. It can block, but What is this? 7 mana for an Eldrazi? Alright, well that one I'm going to be countering with this Force of Negation. Wow. This is 2 copies of a Nexus, right? That might be enough. I'll take the 3 copies of Nexus of Fate, please. I'll counter this. I get to cast a Yorion. Draw some cards here. Yeah, I think this is game if I can do it quickly enough, which I should be able to. I only need 2 more attacks. So, like, this is gonna get Nexus next turn, and then they're dead. Classic 2-0 victory going to time, of course. What other way would this end? Easy. So easy. I love this deck. You get a lot of almost timeout 2-0 victories with this deck, chat. It's exhausting sometimes. Oh, heck. You're never worried for— I was quite worried for a significant portion of time. Oh, I think Yorion might be a good card, chat. I guess it didn't actually affect the outcome of this game that much, but, you know. So, people have said that occasionally, VV, but I always appreciate hearing it. Have people ever told you that you're a great VV? Because here's a not so secret secret. You're really great. Uro's also a good card. That is certainly true as well. Oh hey, we were the last people playing. What a surprise! I wouldn't have expected that. Honestly. Oh, I should update the record. Two and 1. Very decent start. Alright. Badtron continues to be bad, by the way. As evidenced. We'll never start respecting Eldrazi-tron. Eldrazi-tron could win like the next 10 modern challenges in a row and I still wouldn't respect it. Ooh, we're finally against another companion. This is quite a solid hand though, if we can find some lands. We don't have any removal, which is unfortunate, but Uro is a nice card against all these Lyris decks. And we get a bunch of redraws to hit our lands too, so. Alright. Lands, please. I'm on deck. You can do it. I believe in you. I'm gonna be really tilted if I don't get there for the record. I just need Oko and Golas and Field. At least one of those I'm not allowed to play. Alas. He took my Okos from me. Wow, I'm on like 10. And they're threatening turn 3 Lurrus. I'm probably just super dead even if I do hit my Lancer. A little bit awkward. Nothing like a good red deck to bring us back to Earth. Hey, we beat a red deck earlier. Lost to another one. Huh? Like, if we were on the play this game, I guess then I end up missing land drops a little bit, or struggling a bit on that front. Maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference. Am I blocking the Soulscar Mage? I assume I kinda have to. I really want to set up this Wilderness Reclamation though. Is the thing. But I guess I'm like not guaranteed to hit my land drops to do that anyway. Puts me to 8. Two mana, gain 2, draw 1. I mean, I'm not convinced that would be better than casting the Growth Spiral, is the thing. Like, Wilderness Wreck is... Yeah, I think setting up Wreck is playing to win, I agree. I agree with that assessment. Potentially helpful. Kinda sad I couldn't Force of Negation this bauble, but... Land, please. Oh my god. That's Death Touch, I know, but they just recast this with the Lurrus the turn after anyway. Which I guess stops them casting a bauble, but... I don't know. Right, what am I doing? Yes, I can main phase Coatl to look for lands. But I also kind of want to ambush the Lurrus if it's all possible. So... maybe it's better to not main phase it. Damn. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that assessment. Better to hold it up to try and ambush. Also, I was meant to Force of Negation in that, but I feel like I have to Force of Negation to protect my snake from like a Searing Blaze, maybe? Or to counter that... it's also relevant if the top card is Shockland, or a Triome, or a Mystic Sanctuary. I guess I literally have to counter that or else I'm dead on board. Alright, understood, understood. Now any spell kills me? Yeah, rude. Yeah, I'm dead if that hits the graveyard. Yep, that is why I counted it. That's not a bad draw. This is still going to be like an absurdly hard game to win. But I'm kind of in it. If they have a bunch of lands in hand. Strong. Okay, that plays. Alright. Oh. Scripted command, well. Play is scripted, since I'm unable to find lands anyway. Gain free life. Hope that buys me a little bit of time here. Ah! Deck, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to deserve this? This only happens against the lowest players too. Where I'm like desperate to prove myself. I don't miss land drops this badly anywhere else. Alright, please don't kill me. Bolt doesn't kill me on its own. Comes real close though. Lava Dart. 6. So I go to 2 currently. Somehow didn't die. Ah! Ah! No! Why? So any deal free kills me. Oh. Cool. That was such a heartbreaking game. We were like almost clawing our way back in it. I guess if I find a fetch land to cast Uro there, I still die because I block 2 but I take 1, so I end up on exactly 0. That was so heartbreaking. Alright. Draw more reasonably in the post-board games. So what was I taking out? Mystical Digging is actually fine because it finds Weather the Storm in the late game. But yeah, 1 land would have got me pretty far at least. Uro gains free, but we cast an Uro from hand, right? So it's actually only gaining us 2 extra because it's blocking a Swift Spear. But it's costing us 1 life because of a fetch, so we end up on 0. Remand is bad. Try this. We can Teachings for Consume the Meek. Not convinced that's actually good. Maybe it's better than a Fuff though. Like really slow. It does feel that way, Crottle. It's really frustrating because I think the red-white versions are actually like a pretty close matchup. The black-red version feels like quite bad because of the discard spells. This matchup feels kind of close to me. And then stuff like that keeps happening. Hey, this hand is nice. God damn. Hand is excellent. Time to never find. Hey, Paul. Look. Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith. Get out of here with that not finding the 3rd land nonsense. Oh, nice job, Lucina. That's great. Very well done. What am I doing here? I could just kill the Swifty. I kind of want to like kill Swifty, duress their hand. No, I don't want to all modes. I don't think the life gain is worth it. Yeah, but I think duressing them might be quite good to know how to use the rest of our spells. And I think we're pitching a spot removal spell. So 2 modes. -2/-2 reveal hand. So Decay more reliably kills Lurrus, but we're probably looking to kill the Lurrus with the Dead of Winter anyway, and Fatal Push costs less mana. So I'm kind of interested in keeping the Fatal Push, I think. It's also much easier to cast. Pitch Cryptic because we'll never get the 4th land. Oh wow, they have so many Abbots. That's terrifying. Abbot is very good. Alright, well, we take the Lightning Bolt, right? Abbot helps develop some card advantage for them. Dead of Winter's gonna clean them up nicely, though. They haven't pushed much early damage, so... Yeah, the Decay is the worst removal spell just because it's hard to cast, right? We have to, like, shock ourselves to guaranteed cast it. In comes the Abbot. Hopefully doesn't hit a bauble. Thank you, that's a relief. So I believe I'm probably Fatal Pushing this on their turn. Most likely. I can fetch the Trio. This is going pretty well. For post... Dow? What's Dow? Oh, post Dead of Winter. That could be. I could just Dead of Winter these two. My thinking was that Dead of Winter is really nice for clearing up Lurrus plus the creature it returns. And they're probably going to have to cast the Lurrus pretty soon. So I think I want to Fatal Push. That also lets me hold open Cryptic, which is like not the worst. I don't know. It's interesting. This is gonna prowess across for a bunch if they just cast burn spells, but I think this is fine. Alright, fetch our Triome, make our mana really good. That's quite good. I guess that's a change of plan, right? We're not holding open Cryptic anymore. We kind of want to sweep them with Dead of Winter anyway, which means they'd be replaying out the Lurrus regardless. So we're just gonna Uro and force them to play the Lurrus to actually be able to like keep up with what we're doing. Yeah, just develop the Uro. I agree. Agree completely. Just like makes a lot of sense here. Alright, hitting a land drop's nice. Develop our mana and say go. Threatening a Mystic Sanctuary here. Oh, they're not going to go for the Lurrus yet. Okay. It's fine. Means I could, like, potentially just plan on countering the Lurrus, maybe. But I kind of just want to play an Uro. Slurp away. Alright, so we're not Dead of Wintering, so I am just gonna Uro next turn. I could just put a Fatal Push on top. But then I can't actually cast it off the Astrolabe anyway. But yes, I'm just gonna get a Breeding Pool. I'm like in a weird spot where I specifically don't want any more snow permanents until post Dead of Winter, so my Uro doesn't die. Ooh. That's an interesting one. If I find a land off this. Leave the Brutality in the yard, because it gains life. It still dies to the Seal of Fire. Does it? I'm not sure I understand. It deals 2... Oh, if I Dead of Winter, yeah, it does. That's true. Good point. It's a little bit annoying. Yeah, still fine. I still get to attack with my Uro, right? So... I could just counter this Urus instead of Dead of Wintering. Maybe that's better, because then this is just like never exposed to the seal. I could Sanctuary the Brutality on top. Spend my turn killing the Abbot, and then have Cryptic open. Seems very good to me. Yeah, just trade everything off whilst Uro's doing its thing, slopping away. Seems great. Hey, this Dead of Winter was gonna be really good. Then things just went perfectly because we drew an Uro. When you draw Uro, games are much easier, it turns out. Go figure. Whatever, I'm a chicken. They're gonna cast Light Up the Stage and I'm gonna look very silly, but you know. Am I dead randomly? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. No. It's very close. Also, you criticize my Dead of Winter, Jarvis, but have you considered this Dead of Winter gains 2 life with this Brutality? Is therefore just clearly busted. You haven't criticized it, fair. I don't want a 2 mode or 3 mode. I guess 3 mode's fine. One cryptic command, probably good enough. Alright. So that was the easy game. Postboard on the play is always the easiest. Dead to palm, except our opponent was tapped out. Yep. Dead to us casting Wheel of Fortune and then opponent casting going Spirit Guide, etc. I'm gonna shut up now. I wonder if this stuff is just too slow on the draw. Teachings for Weather is really good in the late game, but it might just be too slow. Maybe I need some forces when I'm on the draw. Why consume the Meek? I can find it off Mystical Teachings, and it kills everything in lower stacks. I'm not convinced it's actually any good, to be clear. I'm just experimenting. My suspicion is that a Teemo version of this deck is better than the Sultai version. I want to build the Teemo version. I have built the Teemo version. I want to try it out. Maybe in the PTQ thing tomorrow. This sounds pretty reasonable. Obviously, we're always going to be a bit scared about a 1-mana removal spell when we're on the draw. But I think it's just... We're clearly never sending this back. We just have to hope their hand isn't completely absurd. Yeah, I signed up for it. It's just how games are on the draw sometimes, right? This could be good. So this is CMC. Right. So now this can kill the Soulscar Mage next turn if I want. Or just counter a follow-up burn spell. Either or. They can't cast that. Awesome. Love it. It's not a card I was expecting. So my inclination is Astrolabe Sanctuary and just accept I'm getting hit for a bunch. But then I get 2 Dead of Winter. Pretty scary letting them untap with 2 prowess creatures. Like, I could just hold open Drown and kill the Soulscar. Or the Abbot, depending. That's certainly reasonable. Yeah, it's really close, Jarvis. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, the Dead of Winter's only going to kill 1 creature if we kill the Soulscar Mage and they just prowess a bunch, right? Which is maybe still fine, but... Drown lets me use Dead of Winter for Lurrus. I don't think they're playing Lurrus for a little while, is the thing. I don't think the Lurrus is coming down for like at least 2 turns. And I do get to return the Dead of Winter later. I think I'm just gonna hold this open, but I don't know. This is really tough. I actually just have no idea. I'm just gonna go with the Astrolabe. Go with like the high upside play, but it's definitely a tough one. Now I have 3 islands for my sanctuaries. I can go ahead and get a Triumph. Right? That's pretty good. Maybe that makes them play the Lurrus, though, to get the extra prowess trigger. Slightly wishful thinking. It would be ideal. It'd be quite helpful. Please no Molten Rain. I would cry. Yeah, the opponent's not going to save instants to prowess defensively. There's like some amount of onus on them to try and get me dead, right? I'm on 19, they only have 3 cards in hand, like, and Lurrus. Like, I'm certainly not in the best position, but... So I'm less likely to win than I am to lose at the moment, but very in this game. Alright. Suspense is killing me. Okay. You look at the top card. Oh. Alright, so we just need to not die to the follow-up burn spells. They are gonna have 6 cards in hand next turn. I could still die, but... yeah, this is very, very good. I agree. Like, I could still die. They're gonna have 6 cards in hand next turn. The game is far from over. But this puts me in a very solid position. Push was a good draw, yeah. Cheap answer to some creatures. I need the life gain. The best draws in my deck are all life gain at the moment. Drown can obviously counter a burn spell, which is great. Molten Rain time. I wondered if I was meant to get a basic to play around that. When I did it. Definitely didn't go my way. It isn't even that bad. It's still annoying. It slows down my reclamations, right? Slows down me getting to Yorion. Certainly not great for me, and it just buys them time whilst they dig further to more burn spells. I think it's really good for them, Jarvis. I think you're seriously underestimating how good that Molten Rain was. If I let this resolve, I die to a deal free anyway, because I have to crack these fetches. And I really need to tap out for my Reclamation next turn. I almost feel like I have to counter this. Even though it's only a deal 2. Oh. So now a deal free kills me. It's not great. You know, obviously I just have to do this, right? It leaves me dead to a lot of things, but I can't just sit here and fear. Especially no counters in hand, yeah. Alright, GG's opponent. I might have lost that game because I fetched a non-basic when I had 2 Astrolabes in play. Well, no, like, even if I don't get hit by the Molten Rain there, I still have to, like, fade a couple burn spells from the top of their deck. Oh my god. Yeah, if I don't play the non-basic, I end up foffing into a force. Which then means I don't die to another burn spell, and I buy myself like a bunch of time. I don't necessarily get that though. But, like, I'm kind of drawing a lot of air. I guess I can return the fuff, but that's really slow. So I might still just not get there anyway, but fetching a non-basic was really bad. I think that was like a huge mistake once we'd seen Molten Rain. Because we just didn't need the extra colors. And we don't want to expose ourselves to that 2 damage for no good reason. Anyway, learning, improving, etc. Let's play some more Necrodancer whilst we wait for the next round. Oh, I should update the Modern Challenge record as well. 2 and 2, sad face. Gonna keep playing until like at least my 3rd loss. Deck is fun, although I really want to try out a Teemo version. I guess Dead of Winter's been very impressive, but like, still want to try out a Teemo version. See some gems to spend, nice. Diamonds, whatever. I've never actually used this weapon before, so this might go badly. Because it's my first time using it. I've also never used these boots before. But I think they help against the goo. Oh, is it just an arc attack like a big sword? Okay. Whoa, but if you hit them from the side, they can... This is weird. I'm not used to this. I've never used this weapon before. I can't quite like figure out what it's like pushing my enemies around, which is really weird. Alright. I guess once the... I just can't get my head around this. Because like sometimes when I'm hitting them from the side they're getting pushed back and other times they aren't. Weapon's like pretty good outside of that. Oh, pushing the barrel onto the spike trap breaks it. Okay. Oh, I'm floating over the goo, so I don't actually have to retreat from this enemy. Because of the levitation boots. Which is nice. The side attacks are helping a lot against this guy. Oh, this actually can hit your sides. So like... Oh, that makes sense, Matt. I may have the Mullen challenge now. I'm 2 and 2 at the moment. We've lost to the 2 Boros decks I faced, but beaten everything else. Gonna keep playing until I pick up a 3rd loss, at least. Might even just keep playing beyond that. I really enjoy the deck. And we're gonna be alive for prizes throughout, because it's like kind of a small challenge. I could go down the stairs, but I'm kind of looking for the shop whilst they still have time on this stage. And there's some gems there, which sets me up nicely for my next run if this one goes badly. Oh, I passed the shop. Oh yeah, it was like sealed off. I didn't go in it, did I? I don't have time to go back to it now. At least I got those gems. It means I can get a weapon before my next run. So we go horizontal first. Nice. Let's just get this bat killed. Make my life easier. Oh. Rip. I do in fact like piles that contain both those cards there. Against anything you might assume. Alright, this sword is great. We actually have a 2 damage weapon. It's gonna make a big difference. Oop. That was a pretty silly mistake. Cost me a lot of health. It's like, I always don't care how good the deck is because I get to play Fact or Fiction. I also think it is like, if we can figure out how to make the Lurrus matchup a bit better, I think it's quite good though. Honestly, I thought the deck was like pretty okay against Burn previously, but Lurrus is kind of a threatening card, gives them like a lot more staying power. Alright, successfully didn't get blown up, like it. Ah! Oh my god, my health is so low. Ah! Stupid skeletons. Demir Lurrus, Fact or Fiction. Jerry Thompson was actually playing like a blue-black Lurrus deck at one point. It didn't involve buff, but I was very tempted to try it out. Cryptic Command Lurrus, the dream. It's not the dream due to any particular synergy, just because you get to play both those cards in your deck. Alright. Somehow didn't get blown up, still died. Alright. That's kind of sad. That sword was like really solid. Alright, we've got the mace again. Let's take like, oh, the long jump is just awful, right? Long jump is just death. Dodge everything, walk into the level 1 skeleton. That's just how you're meant to play, honestly. You gotta make the skeletons feel good about themselves. Alright, we have a shop. Ooh, I love the lunge attack. So we can go hunting some gold so that we can buy that. Only 30 gold away. Like, honestly, this weapon's pretty decent, but I really want a 2 damage weapon, and I quite enjoy the lunge weapon. Oh my god, the confusion got me. I jumped away from the bird instead of towards it because of the confusion.
How's it going?
Alright, I've got a spear. Goodbye, rapier, yeah. How long's on the round? Okay, there are 2 people left playing. 2 pairs of people. That was... everything about that was a disaster. Okay, I didn't take any damage. No. Don't have any gold for that yet. Long attack. Sure. Oh my god. No! My long attack killed me, chat. Because it meant I got distracted attacking an enemy instead of running away from one of them. Because attacking takes priority. See if we can find the shop for some healing items or armor, I guess. The blood shrine might be valuable. If I had a little more health, it would be. Yeah. Ooh, this will heal me a bit. And we have transforms and all non-equipped items. I don't know how good that one is. Oh, I have the key. Yeah, I do. I can go back to the chest. Teleport on hit. That seems dangerous. Seems like a way to die very quickly. Oh my god. No! No! Help! Oh, I think we've tried for one more try. Zone 4 is just so hard, y'all. Okay, whips are really weird. But kinda sick. Wow, Zone 5 is easier than... That's wild, Quinn. Jeez. Yeah, playing this without, like, having earned a bunch of upgrades does just make you feel, like, very underleveled. The fact I'm playing without any armor means I'm dying in, like, 3 hits a lot of the time. 5 damage! I really like the whip, though. Damn. Might have to come back for that. Just like single hit any enemy. Alright, now we can go buy it. It's not clear to me that I'd like actually prefer it over the whip. Because the whip lets you like attack in a bunch of weird situations. I'm probably not meant to turn down a 5 damage weapon. Yeah, I intend to dual zones mode. I just want to like clear all the zones individually first. I can't see anything. I guess that's the point. Okay, we got there. Should be able to one-shot this. Awesome. Yeah, I definitely want to try out all zones mode once I've cleared this for the first time. Ooh, our round has started. We will return Necrodancer later. Another Lurus deck, yep. Probably meant to keep this removal spell until life gain against Lurus. Opponent's mulliganing. Yeah, it definitely feels that way, Campo, for sure. I don't know. I just want to complete zone 1 at a time first, but... Goblin Guide. We have ourselves a burn deck, not a prowess deck. Heck. I'm gonna be discarding to hand size, which I guess helps the Uro. I guess discarding to hand size is actually like weirdly good. Strange world. Yep. What a strange world. I don't want to draw lands, so I should fetch before the trigger resolves to get lands off the top of my deck. Oh, that also makes sense, Quinn, yeah. I might try all zones in a little bit, actually. In between rounds at some point. Archmage's Charm, yep. That's a solid one. You get to kill the guide. Play an Uro the turn off to start gaining some life. Hopefully they don't have an idol on for me. Can't actually kill it unless they crack a fetch. Oh wow, they don't have their second land. That's some good news. Dang. That is some good news. Means they have a lot of burn spells on hand, but they're going to be very slow at deploying them, which is really good for my Uro. Means we get to gain some life. Okay, we're cracking the fetch. They might pre-combat an Eidolon. Okay, the thinking on this is they're pre-combating an Eidolon so that I don't kill the Goblin Guide in combat once I've got a trigger off it. The upside from my perspective is I just get to counter the Eidolon and not care. So I don't take damage off this. I get hit by the Goblin Guide, which is annoying, but it actually worked out for me that they did things that way, even though it's correct for them to do things that way. I could just steal the Goblin Guide, but I kind of want to Uro this turn so that I can bring back Uro next turn, so let's just do that instead. Fast our luck from last round onto the opponent. It's only working out for me so far. I could still lose this, but we're in a solid position here. Like, I died to land triple bolt. Even Skullcrack could do a lot of work for them. Oh, Force of Negation is a good one. Alright, if I untap, I'm now just going to be in a great spot because of the Force. Force is going to be very good. Because it means I can tap out for the Uro and not take damage off burn spells in their turn. Yeah, I'm just casting this 100%. They can Skullcrack the life gain, but they have to Skullcrack this every turn for the rest of the game, so. And it blocks the Goblin Guide. Sure, that's fine. Godless Reclamation, huh? Peace. Sago, please don't kill me. Land triple bolt still gets them there. Pretty unlikely combination of cards. They do have Skewer, which helps the math a bit. Means they have like 11 bolts in their deck. Down comes a fetch land. No. I tap out for this Ice Fang Coatl. Heals 1 to me. Also digs me towards more counter magic though. Yes, I'm just gonna do it. I can pitch the Archmage's Charm to this if need be. Yeah, maybe I'm just meant to just let it go to my turn. Maybe this is bad. I guess now I just pitch the Coatl to the Force so I can keep the Charm in hand. Alright. What is this? Bolt me. Yeah, I am on 2. So now I can get a Mystic Sanctuary, put the Force of Negation on top. I can go draw 2 with Archmage's Charm, play Sanctuary, put this on top, attack with Arrow, draw it, Reclamation. Could also just steal this Goblin guy, which is probably more reasonable. It gives them like a Searing Blaze target, but that can hit Arrow anyway if they just want to deal damage. Sure. It's on top. Play the Reclamation. Definitely not attacking with the guide. I just want it to not block and not be able to attack me. And it threatens lethal next turn. I don't want them to draw a land this turn though. Alright. What is this? This is Aluris. Oh, I should remember after this match to pop downstairs a moment. Let my dad know when I want to eat. Alright, so we definitely want this stuff. Head of Winter's a bit worse against their version than the Prowess version, but I believe it's still good. Maybe it's still good. Force of Negation's a lot better against their version than the Prowess version. I think they just didn't have any other options going, right? So I have to hope I mess up. Oh yeah, Burn would be very good if there was no Uro. Uro is quite the nuisance for them. Like, I definitely want this stuff. And I kind of want the extra Force of Negation against them because it's so important in the late game. I think I would like to find room for the Dead of Winters. Or at least like one of them. It is much worse against them than against Prowess, but I think it's still good. Maybe even just have one over a Fact or Fiction. At that point, Reclamation starts to look like pretty unexciting. We're taking out another Fuff. Maybe Decay is kind of painful to cast. But instant speed removal is better than sorcery speed. I could also just only bring in one Dead of Winter and that might be fine too. Magic's hard. Like, I believe I want all the Force of Negations because they're so good in the late game. Kind of rough to cut any more Thoths because I do need to dig for Uro. How much harder it would be if we just, how much less hard it would be if we just played one of the good decks. I think this deck's actually reasonable. I don't know. I've been doing okay with it. I do want to try out a Teemo version though. It doesn't have an early removal spell. It does have an Uro and a Force. Might not be good enough. Alright, they have their best 1-drop. Yeah, we also have a Charm that can steal a 1-drop too. Definitely on the draw, this hand's pretty scary to keep. But so I want to find a black source. So I find my Triome in case I draw a removal spell. And then I need to play out my island in case I draw Dead of Winter. The busted decks are busted. The Lurrus Lightning Bolt decks are kind of amazing. It is true. They continue to look very impressive and put up absurd results. Alright, they missed out on the damage. For the sake of playing around counter magic. I guess I could have Force of Negation to that. Maybe I was meant to. I was like maybe meant to. I'm gonna play this tapped. It means I can't play towards drawing Dead of Winter as much. But it means I take less damage off playing fetch lands. Should matter. Yeah, it's possible it's just meant to force this and just hope to draw spells. Hope that Uro buys me enough time towards drawing more spells as well. Yeah. This is the real nightmare card. Expended a Rift Bolt. We just need to kill this now. Gonna be very hard to win this. Yeah, the Eidolon is a good one. So I could play the Uro, or I could try and charm the Swift Spear. It's going to have a prowess trigger from the Rift Bolt, which then means the Eidolon can't attack. I'm going to take 3 from the Rift Bolt, 2 from the Charm, be on 7. But I shut down the combat damage. It's going to be tapped. I can steal it at beginning of combat and then they just don't attack. No worries, Vivi. Alright. Sure thing. I'm down to 9. It's kind of wild. Traditional like thinking is that burn decks are decks that get worse as formats age because it's very hard for them to get meaningfully upgrade, right? You just like can't really upgrade Lava Spike and Lightning Bolt and such that much. But somehow between these and these lands and Lurrus, like Burns just found these like massive axes on which it can actually be upgraded. Because neither of them really mess with the spells in the deck much. Alright, kinda clinging on. Maybe their hand sucks. Uro not the most amazing against Eidolon, but gains us a little bit. Gonna kill the Swifty. Okay. Don't think I can force that. Are they gonna play the Lurrus? Oh, I guess this is the bad bit. Now they can return the Swifty next turn. Ah. Alright. Yeah, maybe you just need the 2 Dead of Winter Zone just to have as many answers to Eidolon as possible, huh? So they're gonna hit me for guaranteed 6, but then I can't cast spells other than Cryptic. It's not ideal. I believe that means I am dead. The only spells I can cast for the rest of the game are Wilderness Wreck, Cryptic, Yorion. Fact or fiction, I guess. I can bounce the Eidolon, but probably just dead. My spells can get there. If the top 10 cards of my opponent's deck are all lands, I'm probably like 5% to win this game. Alright, I can no longer bounce the Eidolons. Good, good. Love it. Uh-huh. Tap team, draw a card. Oh. Yep. Just have creatures, nothing else. Creatures and lands. Next time I get to play a Yorion. It's a 2-time clock because of the Eidolons, kind of, ish, if you squint a lot. Oh. Get back Cryptic Command. This is very silly. I put another landmine on the battlefield. Me to accidentally click on. No! My one chance. Uh-huh. I don't know how I win anymore. Oh, believe I am now dead. I can cryptic bounce an Eidolon, draw a second cryptic, bounce the other Eidolon, and I mean, problem is I don't get to bounce the Eidolons because I have to do it at the beginning of combat. Crack a fetch, go out on your own terms. So I need the top 2 cards of my deck to be Cryptic Command. And the top 10 cards of my opponent's deck to be lands. I don't know where I go from there exactly. Oh, thank God. Move on from this stupid game. Game 3. 1 life plays 1 life. Wild. Remind is better on the play. Helps keep Eidolon out of play. Certainly not good. Better against Burn than it is against Prowess, which is like the only reason I'm considering bringing in some copies, but might just be very bad. Regardless. Veil is almost better Force? This isn't to stop everything that targets you. That would be nice, though. I'd probably play that card a fair amount. I think on the play, Dead of Winter's like quite a bit worse. We can probably just like match the critters 1 by 1. We can actually like meaningfully Archmage's Charm on the play. I think Remand helps against early Eidolons a little bit. I think this is better against Burn than it is against Prowess. It's not good, but it's fine. Really, I need to put Leyline of Sanctity on my board. The original Veil of Summer. Alright, Uro on 3. Don't have a removal spell, so Eidolon's going to be an issue if that's a thing we have to face, but I'm going to keep it. Big sleepy hours. Heck. This is as good as it gets. I think as good as it gets involves like a fatal push, but this is solid. Has a chance. Ooh, no 1-drop. What a world. That is some good news right there. Alright. No 1-drop is very good news.
So many months.
Phil, hey there. Thank you for the 34 months of support, Phil. Good to see ya. 34 is like a large number of months. That's gotta be the longest, right? Like, joint with Matty and Nathan. Wow, just no creatures? They might have the skull crack, which is scary though. You have to be worried about skull crack. But no creatures, nothing that works with Lurrus is nice. Do I want to play around Skullcrack? I can just go Astrolabe Coatl. Which is like maybe reasonable. Problem is they can just, if they have just all burn spells, they just get to hold open Skullcrack forever. But next turn I get to Foff to set up the error return. I kind of just want to error now. I still get to play the Astrolabe. And then the Foff like helps me return the arrow soon. I can get skull cracked, but like this is fine. It develops my mana. If they don't have the skull crack, this is still great. And even if they do, like, at least we get it out the hand so that we can gain life later on. I mean, it depends how many skulls someone has, Yaley. Ooh, that's very good. Alright, I'm gonna hold this back to block. Force is a very nice one. I'm kind of tempted just to force this. I think that's reasonable. Sometimes you just gotta force the issue. Indeed. We can just hold open mono counter spells. Fill up our yard, and then I get to Ur next turn. Gain some life. This is going pretty well. The draw has not been like particularly strong. I guess I just fact or fiction, and then I can put Force of Negation on the top. Tapping low against them is scary. They get to resolve some burn spells if they want, but then they don't have Skullcrack open for arrows, so whatever. Ooh, Brutality and Force of Negation. Whichever one we don't get, we could always just return with a Sanctuary. And we're gonna get some land drops, which is nice. Interesting. I mean, it gives me lands to pitch the Brutality as well. I kind of just want to take the Brutality. And then I guess I can just put a Force of Negation on top. die to quad bolt, but playing around that seems pretty unreasonable. I can use brutality to force the issue on a skull crack. And then we can fight over the skull crack. Just gonna do it now. Alright. It's fine. So black mana. 2 modes. Drain you, look at your hand. Pitching a land. This gets Mystic Sanctuary, which is really nice. Yeah, I guess I just want access to the Mystic Sanctuary, even if it costs me a life. Wow. What a sad game for the opponent. Alright. Time to do some slurping. Put this on top so I can kill Luris. S-L-O-R-P. Canonical noise that Uro makes. Truly. Truly a noble creature. So now they need to draw, like, Path to Exile, but I can fight over that? Alright, Boros Charm. Like, I don't actually think that even matters. Is the thing. I just want to protect my Uro. Huh? Guess I shouldn't have played that there, whatever. Ooh. Play my Reclamation. Go ahead and put Fact or Fiction on top. I can drain them for 2, I guess. I don't want to be able to kill the Luris, I don't know. Whatever. There you go. Yeah, I can just drain them next turn to present lethal, I guess. And actually make a difference when I do it. I think it's just like astronomically challenging for us to actually lose this game, but that is a Swift Spare that I can Archmage's Charm. Okay. Oh, killing the snow snake. Yep. Dies. Bye bye, snow snake. You will be missed. Did good work though, just sitting there staring across the board, not attacking or blocking for several turns. Did good work. Missed them already? Such a good friend. Now we get to do fact or fiction for oh no, the Smith was already lethal. I wanted the fact or fiction to prowess for lethal. How unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna head off for a minute. Thank you everyone for hanging out. We are now 3-2 in the Modern Challenge. With Sultai Reclamation being pretty fun. I need to head to the bathroom and go talk to my dad a sec. I'll be back in just a minute. And we'll be playing round 6. See you all soon. I return. Good to see you all. Next round could be starting soon, but I think I'm still just gonna fire up Necrodancer. Also, you know, be as much as like 10 minutes till the next round, maybe. Yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. It's been a fun little stream. Alright, so I have this really good dagger, right? Oh, I should have moved away. I'm still bad at recognizing the differences between those different statues. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna get kicked down to the floor below here. Which is fine. What's the downside to getting kicked to the floor below instead of taking the stairs? I still don't really understand that. Oh, you lose your coin multiplier. That's like hardly the end of the world though. I don't know. Like, it's annoying, but... Oh, you have to fight the mini-boss in the small room. Okay, I guess that would be pretty scary. More enemies, not into... Well, I can just slash crates and barrels with this dagger. That's pretty ludicrous. So this is just a wind spell, which isn't dangerous. This is the bomb. It's not. Ah! I guess it's no wings plus. Oh no, it's like devil tail. Pig snout is the bomb, right? Okay. Yeah, tail explodes. Yep, yeah.
Hi.
Ooh. It's a nice one. Move plus dig, sure. Very good weapon. So this explodes. Nope. This chases you because it has the fairy wings. Okay. Ooh, +1 damage. That is a really good one. Alright, we're actually like... We don't have any armor, but in terms of weaponry, I'm like well suited up now. I have a good weapon and I have the +1 damage, which means I deal 4 when I'm lunging, which is just like awesome. Ah! Oh my god, I messed that up pretty badly. The mining helmet's so good. It's a little bit scary. You can't like avoid enemies as easily, right? But it's pretty sweet. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go item hunting since there's no downside to the song running out and we have a shop to explore. Okay, so that's not a bomb. I don't know which one that is. Maybe that's the one I can't touch. This one's a follow one. Okay. The one in the top left is going to be an explode one then. Ah! Are you doing? Like, other than my health bar is doing pretty well. I had such a good weapon. I was about to get that apple. Alright, I don't have any gems left, so I'm just doing all zones. I'm actually going to try it out for once. I've never done this before. But it means I can get my character actually suited up with items before I get that late in the dungeon. Which sounds quite helpful. Alright. Oh, is that a portal? Some gold. Oh, I guess gems aren't in the walls in this mode, right? So you get coins instead? I'm assuming. One thing about all zones is it includes every item. Alright, that's good to know. Why is there a speedrun count in the bottom? Does that just always happen? I'm definitely not speedrunning. Dude. That is great. That makes life so much easier. I can turn it off if I want. I guess y'all can like barely see it, so I don't have to be too embarrassed about how slow it's gonna be. Awesome. I remember when I first started playing this, I just like died immediately to my first 4 Minotaurs in a row because I was so not used to them. Now they aren't too scary though. I guess I don't have a multiplier anyway, so I'm gonna wander back to the shop. See what stuff I can find on the way. That was last week, that's true. Look, time is fake. I don't think I can buy anything too meaningful from the shop, but I can blow up the walls. Some coins. Ooh, there's the better items thing. That's probably like pretty good to get. Yeah, I can also just get the rapier. One of my preferred weapons. I am like quite enjoying this sword, but I think I'd like to upgrade it. I didn't know that, Yaley. Heck. Time really is fake, huh? I don't think I'm gonna have time to get that bracelet. No! Oh wait, no, there's coins in the wall over there. That's so much quicker than bombing. Am I a fan of the Fallout series? I have never played it. So I can't really comment one way or the other. Ooh, the round has started. Sorry, Cadence. I will return. Round 6. 3 and 2. Let's try and get a nice finish. Nice solid Top 32 or something. Oh my god, Phil. Ah! More Lurrus. I just want to play against mid-range decks. I guess they could be unjunned. We can hope. Was Lurrus junned? That would be the dream. Bogles. Wait, what? Oh, Devoted Druid? Interesting. I might still lose for being on the draw. Hey, that's a good draw. You love to see it. No, it's probably Devoted Druid combo. Combines the card Devoted Druid with the card Vizier of Remedies to make infinite mana. Here I am correct. Okay, it's not terrible. Definitely just have to decay this before they untap with it. Otherwise I will die instantly. Am I gonna Fetch Shock or just find it Forest? Yes, Fetch Shocking is probably fine. They pressure me like a little bit, but in terms of light total, but I don't think that's what the game is going to be about. I think it's going to be fighting over this druid. Oh. Two Devoted Druids, an opener, makes this a lot more challenging. I guess I can Archmage's Charm the Vizier? Probably gonna be the plan. Yeah, I get to hold open a Charm at least, yeah. And then Drown will be live to kill Druid once the Vizier's being countered. What is this? 4 mana. Oh, they're just gonna Coco? Or Chord? Finale. Same thing. All the same. Alright, we're actually doing okay. Weirdly. They get to kill the Druid now, and they don't actually have that much mana. Oh my god, that was so good. Heck. Okay. That is a good draw. What do they actually do with their infinite mana? Typically, they either Finale of Devastation for 1 billion, or they look for Walking Ballista with the card Duskwatch Recruiter. Alright, what am I doing here? I could also just hold open Drown to counter some stuff. Definitely Sanctuarying... am I Sanctuarying back a spell? Sanctuarying back an Archmage's Charm seems nice so that I have a counter spell in hand, right? Yeah, I can kill Druid in the end step, yep. Put this Archmage's Charm back on top. Go until next end step. destroy this Devoted Druid. Alright. Thoughts on Mono Blue or Demir, Flash, and Standard? I haven't actually tried them out in Standard yet. I'd be like pretty scared of playing those decks whilst Shock Typhoon is so popular is like part of the problem. That's a card you don't interact with very well. They're probably fine just to play casually, but am I still just dead? Oh my god. I had 2 removal spells and a counter spell, and then died on turn 5 anyway, after my opponent missed a billion land drops. I assume I'm dead anyway. Yeah, they just get yeah, they get busier. Now any payoff in hand kills me. No, we have an Archmage's Charm on top. Can't spiral into force. At times. Make them click through it. I just want to see what their payoff is. If they show me a payoff, I'm just gonna scoop. I don't really care about clock reasons. But need to see if they have like Ballista or Finale or whatever. Like, I don't think there's a world in which they'd ever clock out anyway. Alright, for 10. Oh, so they just kill us with these. Yeah. Alright, GG's. GG even. That was rough. It was a little bit rough. One of these Dead of the Winters, and I consume the meat. Fatal Push. I'm like pretty scared of Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer is going to be a very scary card to have to play against. Also, like, there's a lot of cards I want to board in. Don't know how I'm going to make room for everything. I guess Coatl is garbage. Or, like, pretty bad. I don't think they're fair beat. We're going to lose to, like, the fair beatdown plan. If they're playing Postmortem Lunch, they probably just don't have the fair beatdown plan in their list. I don't know how I make room for everything. Maybe you just don't want the full 4 Force of Negations. Cut like a Foff. Cut Teachings. Teachings to Consume the Meek is pretty interesting to me. So bad for the same reason. I do need to win the game somehow is the problem. I think I need Ur. No, I think Teachings is good here. I know, I'm not 100% sold on it by any means, but I think it's good. I'm just trying to figure out what's even bad. Maybe 4 Force of Negations is too many. But it would have just been busted that game. I kind of want to keep them. Maybe I do just have to cut an arrow because it's so hard to cast on turn 3. Also just cut a Nexus of Fate. One more card. Alright, try this, I guess. I'm pretty low confidence in this boarding, kinda scattershot. Uh, this is fine. I haven't cast the Abrupt Decay quite yet, but plenty of interaction. Ugh. So gross. Ah. Alright, so they can turn one a Devoted Druid now. They have it. Yep. Well, we're gonna have to gust that. I don't know where we go. I guess after the gust, we're gonna have Charms open. I'm gonna have to fetch a Breeding Pool. I can build towards this Abrupt Decay mana. Alright. Put Devoted Druid on the top, sure. What did they exile anyway? They exiled a land. They have 4 spells in hand right now. What a beat. Got the Breeding Pool instead of the Watery Grave. Alright. Wait until after their draw. Then I expose myself to Veil of Summer, but maybe I'm just never beating Veil of Summer this game anyway. Realistically. Let's see. Birds of Paradise. Interesting. They play Collected Company. I guess I'm tapping out no matter what anyway. I think I'm going to steal this Birds of Paradise. Okay. Now I have black mana, which is great. So now on their turn I can Fatal Push this. Ella Domri's cool. Okay. Sure. You get Vizier of Remedies. We should just push this now. Eat into how much mana they have on their turn. Hey DC, good to see ya. Counter Allurus if that's a thing that happens. Alright, this game is going very, very well. Ludicrously well. Birds of Paradise just being an absolute champion. It's a really smart decision to add Birds of Paradise to this deck, honestly. Yeah, I'm really glad I put it in the deck. I agree. It's a very good decision. Alright, Post-Mortem Lunge could potentially kill me, but... Look, I tried my best, Yaylee. What can this get? I guess I just let it resolve so they use that mana up, but... Devoted Druid, sure. Counter target spell, draw a card. Best 2 lines of text that could be on any spell in Magic. Also acceptable. I just put Gust on top and then I get to fire off my arrow and draw it. Not bad. Love to Cryptic Lock. Cryptic Command's just good, clean magic. Honestly. Oh. Confirmed Suspicions is also up there with the greatest lines of text on any magic card ever. That is true. Confirmed Suspicions is just excellent. Duskwatch Recruiter. I can't abrupt decay that. Might also just Ether Gust it though. Try and slow my opponent down as much as possible. Seems like a fine thing to Ether Gust. If they play a Druid, I can decay it anyway, so. Right, so they have Vizier in hand that we know of, and a mystery card. Now I can Uro have the K open. They do get to make infinite mana with Post-Mortem Lunge then. It might just not be worth taking the risk. If I land my Uro and we survive till next turn, then the game is over. I think I'm interested in taking that risk. Just like literally wins the game. If we don't die. They put Duskwatch on the bottom. Interesting. I know it's a heart, it's so adorable. Big fan. What card am I keeping? Probably the Gust. Alright. Don't kill me, please, opponent. If we survive this one turn, the game is over. Because we have an Uro in play. And that's how Uro functions. Please do not kill me. Ooh, that's a good sign. Post-Mortem Lunge, Vizier. Devoted Druid kill you. Oh, you can't actually play Ballista anymore, can you? Because of Lurrus. Oh wait, no. I'm thinking of Gigantha. Derp. Stron that can't play Ballista anymore. You can play Ballista with Lurrus. Ignore me, chat. I'm not saying anything of value. Ballista is 0 CFZ. Yeah, I got that. I got there. Took me considerable length of time. Let me put this in. Go ahead and K the Vizier. And say go. Oh, they had the Veil of Summer. How rude. Counter target spell. Draw a card. Alright, so they can get a Devoted Druid in play, but they can't have both combo pieces in play next turn. So I believe we're still, you know, winning this game. Nice. Game 3. Have to be on the draw now. Be scary. Post-Mortem Lunge is such nonsense. Ah. Yes, I'm just running this. I guess, I guess fail summon is also medium nonsense, as is every card in my deck, so. Indeed, Cambo. I realized the error in what I was saying. I got there in the end. Phyrexian mana, I know, right? Every Phyrexian mana spell is secretly broken. Very sad I haven't cast more Marrow Shards in my life, or whatever it's called. Do I keep this? Oh. If I draw a fetch land, I get to push the Devoted Druid and then cast Dead of Winter on free, and Dead of Winter is really good against them. I have like 16 draws plus Astrolabes. I'm like 30% on each draw step to hit the best possible. But then there are also things that aren't the best possible that are still good enough. Yeah, I can also draw Triumph, I can also draw Watery Grave. You disagree with the secretly, that's fair. This might not... I think we're just like pretty disadvantaged on the draw if they have the Dream Hand anyway. Dead of Winter on free is like a pretty good way to fight through any like slightly slower hand. We have the 1 mana removal, which we don't have that much of in our deck. I don't know. This might be taking too many risks. But... And like, if we hit the land drops, this is just like absurd late game. As well. Have you ever not had it, chat? What's it like to not have it? Okay. Pretty good against the Dead of Winter. A lot of toughness. Tough little spell, Sky. I want to play this now? Yeah, I have. Oh, but then I don't have the... I have to play one of these. Right. Okay. I really want to have Dead of Winter for 2 next turn. Right. Okay. Makes sense. Sego. Really hope they don't have Veil of Summer. Just like... eternally hoping that. Also, this is so disgusting with Lurrus. What the hell? This is some nonsense. Devoted Druid has entered my opponent's hand. Yep. Also entered the battlefield. I guess we're gonna kill the Spellskite, and then Dead of Winter. I meant to make them pay for the spell sky, pay to life, I guess. If they don't do it, it's so bad for me. It's probably like fine for me, honestly. It's fair. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit. Autumn Lily MtG, known exaggerator. I'm gonna take a lot of damage off these canopies. Not that I think that's remotely close to relevant, but... means they might not have the third land for Lurus Bird here. They just run out the Lurus. Okay. So I can put Dead of Winter on top, which seems good. Is Wilderness Rack into Thoth still busted? Always. Good if I don't die next turn. How could I possibly die next turn? Such a thing would never happen. Also, they were pretty likely to kill me that turn if they could kill me, I think. Because they would have, Post-Mortem Lunge gives them the mana from Druid to cast Vizier. So they didn't have the kill last turn. Sure. I quite want to draw this Dead of Winter. So I don't think I actually Thoth necessarily. I guess Thoth could put an Uro in the yard though. Just like if I Thoth, they're just gonna put Dead of Winter on its own anyway. But then I can just Sanctuary it back and I get 4 cards. So they can't actually do that. Right. And I have 2 of these plus Sanctuaries to return them, so I have so much to do anyway. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast this. Even if it just cycles into a Dead of Winter, that's fine. Just like Dead of Winter plus land deal, you know? Huh. Do I want 4 cards? Kinda. It's kinda nice. Alright. Deal. What am I doing? I don't really want to cast a Thoth here, because I'll end up discarding some of these. I guess that doesn't matter. I can't Sanctuary until after I Thothed. Oh, but Remand is gonna draw me the Dead of Winter too. I guess discarding cards is just like fine, right? Just use my mana. Always be using my mana. Yep. solid fact or fiction right there. After the 4-1 split on the first Dead of Winter, they declined to 4-1 split the second Dead of Winter. Oh my word. Main phase fact or fiction, you lose. Yep. That classic expression. Main phase fact or fiction, you lose. Oh my word. Just putting that in spreadsheet. Turbo Druid. Alright, lost game one pretty badly, but all the interaction in the post-board games really got them. This Dead of Winter was like a fair amount better than Flame Sweep there, which is good to know. Can't believe fact or fiction keeps stealing. Yeah, secretly fact or fiction is my win con. Oh my gosh. Alright. Let's get back to this necrodancing. Whilst we wait for the final round. Yeah, who needs Uro when you've got fact or fiction? 2 right. Wait, what? In my defense, I'd not been playing this for a little bit. So was not paying full attention. Alright. Ooh, what? 2 damage weapon right away? That's dope. Oh my god, this just hits everything in one go too. This weapon's actually nice. Heck yeah, Lee. I'll take that as a defense. This weapon's actually like really good. It just hits all 5 squares around you. Maybe I was underrating it earlier. Now we have the 2 damage version as well. I'm getting way too aggro with these skeletons. There's some gold here. Nice. I don't really want that. I can upgrade my storage. Should probably just get this too. No reason not to. Is this sword the Uro of the format? Not quite, but it's pretty good. I've been happy with it. Ooh, so I can have... Oh, this is breakable, though. I don't really want the breakable one. Not nearly confident enough to carry around glass equipment. Ooh, 2 damage spear. I really like this flail, though. Arrow shows exit, sure. These enemies, sure. Just don't get hit. It's not something I'm particularly good at in this game quite yet. I have a habit of getting hit, you see. Oh my god. The skeletons keep killing me. They're such weak enemies. I just like charge headlong into them. Heck. I miss when I had a flail. What are the disco colors doing? Making it look cool. I know the skeleton attack pattern, I think. I just, like, I'm really lazy with it. I just like mentally like don't consider them a threat and don't take them nearly seriously enough. So just charge into them, which is really bad. Yeah, they just go to show you have a multiplier, and also because it looks funky. Fits the whole music theme a little bit. Damn it. And push that barrel onto the bomb trap. Oh, I should probably do that, right? Get some food. Oh, I already have food. I guess I could just get coins though. That did not work. Are there any bonuses for killing every enemy in the zone? Or on the level, rather? So I know there is in Cadence if I roar. Not besides the gold you get from them. Okay. Good to know. Oh my god. Oh my... What a sad death. I just charge in too much. Too much hubris. Yeah, you move acute hoarding to music. It's like roguelike rhythm game. Oh, they're the scariest enemies in the first two zones. Okay. I'm clearly underestimating them. See you, DC. Thanks for the good luck wishes. Trying my best. Try and get another nice 5-2 of this deck. If I get another 5-2, I might play the modern Super PTQ tomorrow with a teamer version. Get some Ren and 6 action going. Lightning Bolt also does not care about Veil, which is nice. Ooh, there's some gold over here. All that glitters is in fact. Would I really play Teamer out? Doesn't sound like me. Doesn't sound like a thing I'd ever do in every format ever that I possibly can. I'm just gonna run away. Hello, friend. There we go. Just get rid of this so it doesn't randomly hurt me. Ah! There we go. I would rather have this cheese. try and find the shop on this level. It was not. Reclamation was decidedly not in that format. That was like probably like a year between those. Oh my god. God, I love Teamer Energy way too much. I just always miss that deck. Alright, decent. We got our first piece of armor. This game looks so dope. It's so much fun. I'm still pretty bad at it, but I'm enjoying it a lot, and I am improving. You can like feel yourself improve over time, which is nice. Even if I still die to the skeletons constantly. Yeah, I definitely recommend checking it out if you're into roguelikes or rhythm games. I'm kinda new to the whole roguelike thing. I've got some I want to try. They make like really good between rounds things to do in these big tournaments, which is kinda why I picked this game up, part of it. It's like really enjoyable thing to dive into for a little bit. Alright, here comes the black skeleton. There we go. I want to turn my items into glass. Ooh, so we can get a better weapon? That seems... huh? Ah! I missed the beat to move out of the fire. Ooh, the next round's begun, huh? Or it's beginning real soon, okay. Thus, we return. One more round, chat. Let's get that 5-2. I don't think we're gonna top 16 if we 5-2. Doubtful. But still guarantees a top 32. Whereas if we lose, we probably don't top 32. That makes sense. Kinsereth. I don't know, I just love playing it. I thought the mirrors were really, really good. The Teamer Energy mirrors are just like one of my favorite matchups I've ever played. Really fascinating. Right, on the draw again. We against our like 5th lowest deck of the day. How many players? There's 80 players. But my tiebreakers are really bad because I lost round 1. And round 1 and round 4. So all my losses were already early. A Yorian mirror, I just noticed. Opponent does have 80 cards. Yep. I got there. Alright. 80 card gamers. So the big hope is that they don't resolve it to Fairy on turn 3, and if they don't, we're probably advantaged, but yeah, Dead of Winter's nice. I agree, for sure. Alright, we have a Riemann in hand, that is great. Against the Yorian deck. 80 card lowest deck when you can swap your companions depending on which one's better in the matchup. You play like your Yorian deck game 1 and your opponent boards out a lot of their removal because it's not great against Yorian decks, and then you swap the Lurrus to be your companion instead. Just excellent stuff. Is this a mirror? I'm getting concerned. Oh, thank God, it's not just a 95 mirror, that's good. Make sure to play fast. Oh, whoa, it's a Rosa. Oh, it's a Rosa. Okay, okay, this will make sense now. I'm like pretty... I think a Rosa is the Yorian variant I'm most scared of playing against with this deck. Because Emery is just a terrifying magic card. Metallic Rebuke's also just really good against us too. That means an Emery might be coming down. I really hope not. God damn it. I guess they don't have a Bauble yet. I'm just gonna let this resolve. I need the Remand to counter a big spell next turn. I need them to not hit Bauble here. Hit Astrolabe, which is good, but it's not a Bauble. They also milled an Uro, which is pretty nice. Alright, Sago. I get a little bit punished for not playing a fetch if I draw a Fatal Push off this, I guess. Then I can't kill the Emery in their turn. Might end up regretting that. Alright, so they get an Astrolabe. Oh, I can't fetch untapped black. I do have an Astrolabe though, Yaylee. So it still works, right? I could have still Fatal Pushed if I draw into one. One day I'll cast one of my spells. I don't know when. I don't know what day that's gonna be, but start foffing in my opponent's end step every turn or something. If they don't do anything scary. They are gonna try and cast a thing. Huh. I want to remand this just to slow them down a little bit. Kinda don't hate that. Just cantrip it. The remand. We have like plenty of counters in hand. They go. So if they Uro puts them up to 4 mana, which then lets them cast the scary cards. So am I casting Urza? They have a Metallic Rebuke, there's just nothing I can do about it anyway, which is annoying. They don't have 2 remands in hand anymore. I guess I should play as if they don't have Metallic Rebuke and just Cryptic this. Guess that is the plan. I assume they have Metallic Rebuke. Casting this into oh whoa, they just don't have it. Casting this into so much open mana is just like really terrifying, right? But they just did not have it. Dang. Now this can fight over Metallic Rebuke. We're actually doing pretty well. Yeah. Steal the goose at some point if I want. Not great. Heal Spell Bomb. Oh, I have to force of negation this because of the Emery. Otherwise, they have a thing they can loop with the Emery. So I need to exile it. Am I just gonna pitch a spell? But I can still have a proper counter spell up? I guess that is the plan. Pitch the Cryptic. And I have Remand plus Charm open. It does have a scary board state, I agree. Let's just pitch the Remand because it's the worst card. Keep getting my 2-for-1s. Like, they showed they don't have a Metallic Rebuke last turn, right? So... Cool. They'd have to have drawn one. This might be greedy, pitching the Remand, but... I don't think I would ever do it if I thought there was a chance they had Metallic Rebuke, but they showed us last turn they just 100% don't, so they'd have to have drawn it for the turn. Right, there is an error, sure. I could counter draw, or I could just resolve my Thoth. I think I'm down for just resolving Thoth and digging for a Wilderness Reclamation. Don't put a land in. Okay, so their hand is 3 spells. Thing is, if they don't cast anything else I need to interact with, then I just get to fire off the Thoth, right? So I don't think you have to hard cast the Force of Negation there. Because you just have card advantage restocking your hand anyway. That's kind of my thinking. Oh no, DC. Ooh, what is this? Oh, it could be like a drown in the lock. I guess they couldn't drown in the lock this last turn, huh? No, they just drew the Metallic Rebuke for the... Oh, I guess they drew it off the arrow maybe or something. That's fine. It doesn't matter particularly. Okay. I guess I would like to put a Remand into my hand. Maybe that's not greedy enough, but... This might be playing too safe. I think it's good. We're still gonna get 2-for-1s, like, it's gonna be fine. Just want to make sure none of their haymakers ever resolve. Land. It could be a Mystic Sanctuary to get back a Cryptic, maybe, but fine. Obviously, if my opponent doesn't do anything scary here, I get to charm them there in step. Although they're probably gonna put an arrow on the stack. Imagine. I get to Cryptic it. I guess the other option is I can remand it and put Fact or Fiction on top of my deck. So if they don't do anything, they can like then cast the Uro, but it taps them out and I get to fuff. That seems really good to me. It does put the Uro back in their hand. They do get to draw a card off it. Whatever. I'm not in the market of letting my opponent get 2-for-1s. Nice. So, could put Cryptic back on top. Guess I can just wait on this. Right, okay. So they get to get back a Metallic Rebuke if I'm not careful, which then protects their Yorion. I can't actually do the Uro thing here. So I guess I'm just gonna play the Triome and say go. Oh, this is bad. If I shock myself, I get to Charm, draw Fact or Fiction. Cast Fact or Fiction. They're gonna get back the Rebuke? Sure. We can actually play around that alright here. Remand that. Yes. I can do this. Just get it out of the way. Not like I can resolve a big card draw spell here anyway through the Rebuke necessarily. I can get back a Cryptic here and hold it open for a Rebuke, which is really, really nice. I guess it's like a little bit awkward, because then I'm not threatening to draw cards on their end step, but still seems good to me. Alright, so I have Cryptic. I can play this tapped and say go. So I don't think the extra mana actually affects that much, and the 2 life could. Ahead on time, yeah, only by a little bit. They are catching up. We were like a minute ahead earlier. I need to play a little bit faster. Yeah, they just get to do draw go now. That is nice. Let's put this fuff on top. Can't cast my Uro here, but that's fine. They exiled the Cryptic, right? They did. Yeah, their hand is Rebuke and 3 mystery cards. Next turn we draw a 4th, which is going to put some pressure on them in their end step. So next turn is the turn where they might start going for things. To try and pressure our mana. Just always yield to this, save time. This match should like very realistically go to time, right? We're just nowhere close to this game ending. Sure. Don't care. It's gonna be pretty threatening soon. It's like it's kind of a 2-for-1 for them. Ugh. It's disgusting. That makes the Emery good. I guess I should do this now in case I hit Foursome Negation. Maybe. I think I still just have to let it resolve. Do this on their end step. Mishra's Wobble is going to make this much harder. It forced me to start being more proactive. Hey, Erison. So I need them to not have 2 counterspells in hand, because I kind of need this to resolve. You know they definitely have 1 counterspell in hand. Okay. 5 mana. I guess this just gives me another Mystic Sanctuary, right? Sure. Coatl replaces itself anyway. That is very, very good. Alright. Can I afford to try and kill the Emery this turn? Or is this just my Uro turn? This can get Fatal Push, but then I just can't counter the Orion. Can I Uro this turn? I want 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can't play through Rebuke with double counterspell. Also don't know that I can just sit here doing nothing though. The entire game. Now that they have like their card advantage engine online. I think this is fine. Running them out of counterspells could make teachings for Nexus like really problematic for them, right? So 4, 1, 2, so I can play the Astrolabe whilst I'm at it, I think. Yeah, I can still Cryptic around Rebuke as well. Sure, hey. We have 3 Nexus of Fates in hand. I should probably have attacked there. They have a lot of cards in hand, but we have 3 Nexus of Fates. Oh yeah, we now have a 1 copy of Mystical Teachings. It's been pretty good for us, actually. I was skeptical when I added it, but it's been really good. Very nice one of to have access to. They're just gonna pass the turn with mana up. I could maybe have just cast the mystical teachings here. Maybe that would have been reasonable. Dig for fatal push. That was probably a good line, because then I get to deal with the Emery, right? But it's fine. Alright, so the plan now is that if they ever tap too low, they die. Probably, one way or another. Like, I feel like I can be a lot more aggressive. In a manner of speaking. Heck. Thank you, Phoebe. Cracker food, sure. That is very acceptable. Yeah. Arrow down, just bring it back. Like 3 cards deeper in our deck than our opponent. Oh, I guess we're both your index, so that doesn't actually mean that much. I'm too used to the Eldrazi Tron thinking where you're like, wow, I have the same number of cards in deck as my opponent. Just drawn like 20 more cards than them. Urza. Frightening. Oh, that's a lot of food. A lot of life gain. I mean, that matters too much. It does matter if the Urza resolves, but we're not planning on letting that happen, hopefully. Maybe I was just meant to remand the Urza. I just get to remand their cryptic instead. They can't actually fight over this very well. Now we just get to go off of Nexus, I think. I have to be fast. Gotta be fast, etc. Okay. I'm just gonna cast my Force of Negation, get the stupid mana leak out their hand. If they counter this, then I don't have to play around it for the rest of the game. Oh. Just gonna make my life a bit easier. I just don't really care about this, but it lets me trade a card for a card. If I remand it, it goes to the hand. It's not like flashback. I think they die now. Or like close to it. Whew. That helps. I'm gonna focus on this, chat. Sorry. Gonna be talking a bit less whilst I attempt to not fall massively behind on the clock here. Definitely just remove this useless step. No one uses the beginning of combat step. That's not how magic works. Don't be silly. Fatal push. Could have maybe remanded that instead, whatever. Go find this Nexus of Fate. Put this mystical teachings on top so we can go find Nexus of Fate again. And the game has ended. enjoy some Necrodance Docklands. Did they even have revolt? They sacked a food. So yes. I should probably be casting this Yorion. It doesn't actually change the clock though, and I'm kind of just doing things quickly. Cast this. Wonder if I was meant to take the 0 pile there so I don't have to spend time discarding to hand size. And now they die. Hey there, Nexus. Good to see you on the way out, you know? Good job. How good is Mystical Teachings Nexus of Fate, chat? How good is Mystical Teachings of Nexus of Fate? Oh, that was nice. Alright, we're only a minute behind. So if I get destroyed, my opponent's probably going to take more game actions than me, and then things are going to shift in our favor again. Big think. Do I want Dead of Winter? It helps against the stupid Emrys, but probably not. It is, Mike. Yeah, that was game 1. That was a 35-minute long game 1 or something. Who knows? 40-minute game 1. Yeah, we only have the 1 teachings. It's kind of slow and clunky, but it's really good in the late game. It would quit, I agree. I think Pulse is fine. I don't think it's great. I'm pretty interested in trimming on it. I think Wattle's kind of bad. Uro's kind of hard to tap out for early. My opponent just disconnected. That means I need to get in the game as quick as possible. This for Emry. Oh, I guess they didn't submit their deck, right? Fair enough. Fair point. I think Quaddle's pretty bad. I don't think it's what the games are about. Restarting Moto during sideboarding. I mean, I guess that means you're not playing with any lag, which could be relevant. Foff is great at tutoring for Nexus in the late game in the 60 card version. It's a bit worse at it in this version. We haven't like gone below 30 cards yet today, I don't think. Whereas, like, previously, you'd frequently end up at the point where you'd be, like, casting your Nexus twice a turn so your arrow doesn't deck you when you attack with it. It's kind of nonsense when you think about it. Nonsense on this stream, never. Okay, opponent has rejoined. No timeout victory shall occur today. Didn't actually look at my hand there, I probably should have. Saw 2 lands and was like, probably fine. If opponent disconnects it again, I'm waiting here focused for when they reconnect so I can play as fast as possible. We have the Fatal Push for an Emery, which is really nice. I found another land, which is also great. Yeah, this hand is good. This hand is panning out nicely. I like it. Here comes the Emery. Oh, Abundant Grove. That isn't an Emery. That isn't even close to an Emery. Oh, I should have played a fetched land so I can revolt the Fatal Push. I'm very silly. It's fine. Means I don't have to fetch a forest or whatever. Mystical Dispute, alright. Let the beatdown begin. One of Snow Snake gonna get him. That's why you keep the one copy in, you know? That's why you keep the one copy in. Whew. Now if they tap too low, we get to resolve this to punish them. Nice. Goose. I can push that, that's fine. Oh, I kind of don't care about it very much though. I'm just gonna cast this Teachings. Oh, if it gets crit-ticketed, I feel so bad though. Just let them get a 2-for-1. No, then I get to resolve my Reclamation, whatever. I need to not click through my second main phase. So nervous. Oh. Whoa, just resolves. Really want land drops, weirdly. I'm just gonna push this Goose. I want to discard the hand size. Goose is like, not scary, but fine. Probably worth pushing. I wonder if the attacking with the snow snake is increasing or decreasing my win percentage. Is it helping me because I'm killing my opponent or hurting me because I'm using up my clock? That's the real question right there. Fatal push on top. Using up a lot of sanctuaries to kill the Semri, but it's probably worth. Right, they didn't hit an arrow, which is nice. Definitely have Revolt. Cracked the fetch lands earlier. Nice, nice, excellent. Now I can resolve a Wilderness Wreck. Painful Stroke. They remount the Disdainful Stroke. Well, they try and Disdainful Stroke it again. I get to dispute the Disdainful Stroke. Okay, I have a remand if this is like a Veil or another or a dispute of their own. God, I'm getting such little value off these remands, but I just can't afford to let them untap and do nonsense without having my mana up, so it's fine. Resolves. Now I can resolve my Yorion and draw 2 cards. Obviously, I've sequenced those triggers the other way around. I'm having to play really fast because of time concerns. Love it. The sincere Sky Snake beatdown is getting there. Seems good. Sure. God, I love this deck too much. It's such a treat. It really, really is. To target spell. And draw one whole Magic the Gathering card. Mystic Sanctuary is just like the best thing to ever happen in terms of helping me enjoy Modern. That doesn't mean it's good for the format or the game. But it does make me deeply happy. Stop looking at chat. I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm trying my best. Alright. Number is red. That is just a fact. We know they have a Rebuke in hand, so I'm not going to cast a Thoth here. Okay. Oh. Put a Cryptic Command on top. Ooh, well done, Lorelei. Single Snow Snake, OP. Clearly broke it. Clearly broke it with the single Snow Snake. Love it. Nice 5-2 finish. We were the people holding up the tournament. We came 17th for the second Modern Challenge in a row. God damn it. This is the second time in a row I've come 17th. The same as last week. Yeah. No, that's the top 8 round. Begins in a minute and a half. 5 and 2 is still real nice there. That was a lot of fun. Only lost to Lurrus again. Last week and this week, the only decks we lost to were Lurrus Prowess decks, and everything else we just slaughtered. Or very, 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 very narrowly managed to defeat. Oh, alright, that was fun. Thank you everyone for hanging around. I had a really good time. I'm gonna send a raid over to Ross Merriam. So raid to modify my sideboard to be better against them. Yeah, I think I want more Weather the Storms. I definitely want another Weather the Storm at least. Beyond that, I don't know if you can do anything like too transformative. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have a think. But we've been beating everything else. I'm gonna send a raid over to Ross Merriam. I may or may not stream the big modern tournament online tomorrow. See how I'm feeling. If I do, I might play a teamer version of this deck. Although, Mystical Teachings has been really impressive, and I'll be sad to lose that. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Everyone have a great rest of your day, and see y'all again soon.